I have to do something for the mics on, but the podium. Good afternoon and welcome to the February 2nd, 2023 meeting of the Santa Barbara County Local Agency Formation Commission. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Allen,
Here.
Commissioner Freeman,
Here.
Commissioner Geyer,
Here.
Commissioner Hartman,
Here.
Commissioner Nelson.
Here.
Commissioner Nelson, you're a bit low.
Faintly, yeah.
Here.
Commissioner Osborne,
Here.
Commissioner Patino, Commissioner Richardson,
Here.
Commissioner Stark,
Here.
Commissioner Williams.
Here.
Let the record reflect that Commissioner Patino is absent.
Please stand and join me in the pledge. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The next item of business is Assembly Bill 361 determination. Madam Clerk, do we have any, do you need to read something into the record? All right. And so are there any requests to speak from the public?
Chair Hartman and members of the commission, we have no request to speak on this item.
So may I have a motion that we have considered the conditions of the COVID emergency and we agree that we need to meet remotely for this meeting?
So moved.
A second?
Second.
And Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Freeman,
Aye.
Commissioner Geyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Osborne,
Aye.
Commissioner Stark,
Aye. Commissioner
Williams,
Aye.
Chair Hartman.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
And now for the minutes of January 12th, 2023. May I have a motion and a second for approval?
So moved.
Second.
All right. And is there any further discussion? Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Freeman,
Aye.
Commissioner Geyer, Commissioner Osborne,
Aye.
Commissioner Stark,
Aye.
Commissioner Williams,
Aye.
Chair Hartman.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
So now is the time for members of the public who would like to comment on items that are not on today's agenda to speak before the commission. It has to be something that's within our jurisdiction. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
Chair Hartman and members of the commission, we have no requests to speak under general public comment. And I would just like to remind members of the public, if you would like to speak under any of our additional agenda items today, to please use the raise hand button on Zoom or *9 on your touchtone phone when the item that you wish to speak on has begun. And when the chair calls for public comment, the clerk will announce you and will unmute your microphone at the appropriate time.
Thank you. And does that cover all the housekeeping items we need for today? Great. So turning to the consent calendar, I think there's just one item on the consent calendar, disbursements. Is there any member of the public who has pulled that item?
We have no requests on the consent calendar of public comment.
Any commissioners? May I have a motion and then a second for approval?
I'll move for approval.
Commissioner Geyer moves approval. Second,
I'll second.
Commissioner Osborne. Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Freeman,
Aye.
Commissioner Geyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Osborne,
Aye.
Commissioner Stark,
Aye.
Commissioner Williams,
Aye.
Chair Hartman.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
So now turning to our business item, Madam Clerk, would you read that into the record, please?
Chair Hartman and members of the commission, our first item is our sphere of influence amendment, which was continued from December 8th, 2022. It is to consider an application for approval of LAFCO file number 22-07 for Bailey Avenue Sphere of Influence Amendment, APN numbers 093-070-084, 065 for the Bailey property, and APN numbers 093-111 007 008 009 010 011 and 012 for the Bodger property, and to consider EIR number 2008-081-032 and addendums prepared and certified by the city of Lompoc.
Thank you. And I just will explain how we will proceed today. I believe first we'll have a report from our executive officer. Is that correct? And then we will hear from the applicant, and they will have 25 minutes, and that will be their time. Then we'll have public comment. And Madam Clerk, how many speaker slips do we have?
I believe we may have approximately 15 speaker slips for Santa Maria, and we also have 17 attendees currently on Zoom.
I see. So, well, my inclination is for 3 minutes. If people have heard things that have already been said, then you can just let that be known and not have to take all 3 minutes. So, and we'll break about every hour or so. So that's just so everybody understands how we're going to be proceeding today. So,
I'm sorry that I know it's not a word, but I wanted to raise something before we get into the very well step. I noticed that Commissioner Alstantino is absent, and that raised the concern of me.
I think you just need to speak a little closer.
Yeah,
Try
Madam Chair,
again.
we're not hearing anything that's being said
Okay.
except by you in Santa
Try
Barbara.
now, see if that works.
Okay, it sounds louder now. Thank you. I wanted to raise an issue before we get into what may be a lengthy staff report. I noticed that the mayor of Santa Maria, one of the city members on the LAFCO commission today, is absent. That raises a concern for the applicant, which is also a city, in that there is only one city member on the LAFCO board, and there's currently no alternate either that could take the place of the absent city member. So I'm concerned about an issue of.
I get it. Yeah.
I am here.
All right.
Wow.
Commissioner Patino is here. She just was a little late.
The
She
voice
was
from the
resist.
heavens
All
takes care
right.
of the issue. So she's in Santa Barbara.
Participating by Zoom.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Mr. Prater.
Okay. Staff's presentation is expected to be somewhere between 30 and 40 minutes. And then we'll likely take questions of staff. And then we'll probably be in that hour commitment there to take
All
a
right.
break. So with that, let's load our presentation here. There we go. Looks like they made it in the back. So we are here at the Bailey Avenue Properties Sphere of Influence Revisions submitted by the city of Lompoc through a resolution of application. So if you're here for that, you're in the right room. Again, this was an application submitted by the city. It includes a total of 7 properties broken into 2 sub areas, commonly referred to as the Bailey Avenue property and the Bodger property. And we'll provide you a map of that. And the essential purpose is to amend the sphere of influence for some future annexation request by the city that has not been fully vetted or complicated yet. The properties are outside of the existing sphere of influence. And the last service review and sphere update was completed in 2016, which simply just reaffirmed the city's sphere boundary. To provide a little bit of a historical context, since this application has been submitted in a prior form and has gone through some revisions, and the city has sought amendment in the past, some decades ago. We wanted to provide a little bit of context to that. So with that, the city in 2017, they adopted a resolution that basically directed the staff to submit a sphere amendment and annexation proposal. That was deemed accepted by LAFCO. We filed that under a file 1805 number, and that application sit kind of stagnant for a number of years for various reasons as to why that happened. In 2020, the commission hired me as your new executive officer. We looked at the application and wrote and deemed the application to be incomplete and requested a number of items from the city to fulfill that application. That application initially relied on the city's resolution that adopted a final EIR back in 2010 that essentially covered the city's general plan update at the time. In that update, in that final EIR, the city did adopt a statement of overriding considerations for a number of Class 1 impacts, and we'll get into the specifics of that as we present this proposal. And again, in 2021 is when we deemed the application incomplete. We had 14 different separate matters that we were requesting the city to amend its application. Shortly after that, in July, the city sought to separate out the application from the sphere of influence and annexation application to solely look at just a sphere of amendment application. And ultimately here in September of the next year, 2022, that standalone application did come in from the city after they readopted a new addendum to their environmental review and application and submitted that. So that is the application that we are considering today. Here are the two areas within that proposal. You can see a smaller square at the northern end in the center of the screen, being the Bailey Avenue properties, and then the southerly properties are the Bodger property and their relation to the city's city limit, which is adjacent to these properties. Here's a close-up view of those properties. Having the colored green shaded area is the city limit line with those two sphere amendment requests. A little bit of background on the CEQA and a little bit more in depth. When the city adopted their 2010 EIR for their general plan update, it identified the Bailey Avenue broader corridor properties and included a few additional properties than what's being requested today as part of that update in their general plan. And they considered kind of a mixed use project potential within that area before they adopted their final EIR. And essentially, final EIR did state the impacts that would be associated with that Bailey Avenue site that you're looking at today, which is now 148 acres. At the time, the city was contemplating a specific plan specifically for Bailey Avenue corridor, and that was running a separate parallel track with their general plan update, and an EIR was being evaluated. That EIR was never completed, and the applicants at the time withdrew their proposal for a specific plan for the broader Bailey Avenue corridor project. Ultimately, in the end, the city did adopt a resolution that approved the general plan update and adopted some CEQA findings. It included the findings of facts, statements of overriding considerations, and any mitigation and monitoring plan that was part of that overall package. The mitigation program in that general plan update included the purchase of agricultural conservation easements to mitigate the impacts associated with the class 1 impacts that were identified, which were the loss of prime agricultural land that still exists today and is part of this application. In particular, it did address loss of prime agricultural land on the Bailey Avenue project site. It included a land use mitigation LU3. And you can see that mitigation here, which essentially said they would adopt a 1-to-1 ratio of replacement and introduce a new PACE program that the city would adopt as a policy. Subsequent to that adoption of their final EIR, the city adopted an addendum, several addendums along the way. Addendum number 3 had to do specifically with their application of 2017 that included the sphere and annexation application. That addendum concluded that the changes that were being proposed with that application at the time were minor and essentially insignificant as to any additional impacts that were already pre-evaluated with their final EIR. That addendum also reiterated the potential build out under the designation and noted the mitigation measure LU3.
Question. Right.
Yes. Yes, Commissioner Star.
Quick question through the chair to Mr. Prater. What are or were the existing designations that you referred to?
The designations were residential, low density residential that the city contemplated.
And so just in terms of procedures, if there are clarifying questions for Mr. Prater's report that we want to ask, let me know. More detailed questions, let's save till the end. Yes, that was perfect.
Okay. Subsequent to addendum number 3, this city adopted addendum number 7. And addendum number 7 had to deal specifically with the sphere of influence standalone application that the applicants had submitted and that we're considering today. Again, that addendum concluded the changes that were proposed from the original EIR analysis, and that of the addendum number 3 were not significant and minor, and no additional mitigations were necessary as part of that evaluation. And in it, they concluded that by making their statement that they evaluated all of those. And the addendum number 3 included every mitigation that was necessary for this new application. So with that in hand, that is the package of what the city adopted as far as their environmental review. As responsible agency, LAFCO has a piece in evaluating that information as part of our decision making. We are responsible for amending the sphere of influence, and so that is the action in which LAFCO will be taking, and whether environmental review has been fully evaluated for our action. With that, as a responsible agency, LAFCO must adopt our own findings statement of overriding considerations for the same class 1 impacts that the city identified. The city adopted their findings of statement of overriding considerations, and that was included in the packet as an attachment. After the conclusion of the deliberation and discussion by this commission, we will include as part of a follow-up if necessary, the commission's determinations and findings of facts and overriding considerations if necessary. So we have not prepared those yet. So essentially, LAFCO if LAFCO cannot make these findings, then the expansion of the sphere of influence cannot be granted. So our authority in evaluating the proposal basically is rooted in the Cortese-Knox-Hertzberg Act and our adopted local policies. They essentially speak to the commission looking at all these various topics that have been raised, all the factors that go into that, and balance those in your decision-making. So the balancing act is not that one factor is weighed heavier than the other. Each of us bring our own understanding and preferences as to what is closest to you. And you have to weigh out which one of those rises as the more important or pertinent over the others as they compete, have competing interests. Again, LAFCO's decision is quasi-legislative in this role. It gives that commission a broad discretion in light of the record to make those determinations. Again, the commission is weighing the importance of the significance of each of these factors as you look at it as a whole. And then you need to make a decision as to whether that leads you as an individual decision maker for an approval or denial of this particular proposal. As we said here, it's not a black and white kind of issue. There's careful discretion that the commissioners have to take. You look at the local circumstances and you make your independent judgment. We will now go into briefing the commission and public on what the actual project description is and the commitments that the city has made through their application. These are found in attachment B. So essentially, the city is requested to solely amend their sphere of influence only with the intent that the property would be developed with some low density residential uses.
Commissioner Snark?
If my quick question. It doesn't say low density residential uses, it just says residential uses, is that correct?
In the application, it does say low density. However, the city has the option to put any residential style on the property.
And just to clarify what the limits of our authority are, am I correct that LAFCO lacks the authority to directly specify the density of any development, or in fact, the type of development once that is proceeded through the appropriate city process? Is that correct?
That is correct. And we will go over that in a later slide as well. Because staff has presented some conditions that we'd like to consider that stays out of the realm of direct land use review. So with that basic submittal of basic sphere amendment to expand their boundary to allow them as a planning tool to develop a future annexation proposal, the city submitted a supplemental information that had some different commitments that they agreed to. And these are the commitments here. Which essentially says the city would agree to include a build out estimate inventory of all the potential housing development upon all the parcels that are developable within their city boundary, which they also concluded as part of this packet as an initial step, but they're committing to doing it again before any future annexation would occur, so that the commission would have full knowledge of what that build out potential would be before any future action would be taking place. They also agreed to update their job housing ratio analysis that was prepared. They provide that analysis for this application. But as we know, it takes time to develop a future development proposal and annexation. And if the sphere was to be expanded between now and when that decision of the city is made, these elements could change. The housing job balance could deviate. The number of build out lots that have taken up by the city could change. And so we would want to see what that looks like at the time of the city's taking a future action. And they've made that commitment. With that, as part of the packet is a master project list and table of all the master development maps of the development of in the city that the city is contemplating or have approved projects on. Commitment number 2 is to ensure that the city commits to adopting their inclusionary housing ordinance as part of any future project for the Bailey Avenue properties. And this is included in their zoning chapter, chapter 17, that includes minimum 10% for projects of 10 units or more, if such a proposal of a project were to come forward. And again, the city would need to pre-zone the site for any future development. They would need to provide new CEQA analysis for that new development. But the goal here was that they would include some additional affordable housing units as part of the future plan if the sphere is amended. And again, prior to submission of any future annexation application for the properties, the city will also negotiate with the county on any regional housing needs allocation transfer that might exist between the two. And that would likely occur as part of any future property tax exchange negotiation process during the annexation application phase, should the sphere amendment be amended. The city is also committed to ensure that the future annexation application for this property includes obligations from the owners of both the Bailey Avenue properties and the Bodger properties to obtain and record a conservation easement. Right now is at 1-to-1 ratio for any loss of prime agricultural land as a result of any future development. So there may be an opportunity for the city to contemplate whether or not saving a portion of the property can be preserved on site, or whether or not all of the property, 148 acres, would be lost to future development. And then that ratio would be a 1-to-1 of that, of the portion that's lost to development. As far as regional housing needs allocation for the 6th cycle, the city is obligated to provide just over 2,000 units. The county is obligated for 5,000 units, I believe, in the unincorporated community. And the breakdown by income category from low to moderate. And those would be the units that would be discussed as part of any regional housing need allocation transfer. Again, the city has obtained a commitment from the owners of the properties that they would obligate and record a covenant that runs with the land that does require the use of the city's PACE program. And again, a net loss buffer of 1-to-1 is what is being committed to by the city in their application. The PACE program and its status, I would need to defer to the city and their reps on what that current status is for the commission to understand. And we would defer to the development team on what the status is of seeking any potential offset sites for agricultural land, if they've done any initial legwork for that or not, and whether or not they think there's a strong potential that there is a suitable site and where that site would be located. Staff does not have that information today. So with that, we wanted to go over some basics of what's the difference between a sphere amendment, which is what's being requested today, versus what a real boundary change might be, which is typically your annexation stage, and make sure that the public is aware, as well as the commission, about the difference between the two. So essentially, the sphere amendment itself, it serves as the probable physical boundary of the service area. In this case, it would be the city. It is a planning tool that would allow the city to inquire about what development potential might exist and what that might look like, with the notion that at some point in the future, annexation would likely occur at when the time is right and the circumstances are right.
I have a quickie question about
ahead.
the last point. Am I to understand that it is within LAFCO's discretion whether to consider the sphere before the annexation or simultaneously with the annexation?
It is at the commission's discretion to do either.
And we weigh and balance
You
the
weigh and balance.
factors leading in one direction or the other. Is that
Right.
correct?
Right.
Thank you.
Okay, so the difference of being the actual boundary change is typically an actual annexation, where you modify the agency's jurisdictional boundary, and now that property falls within that boundary, in this case for the city, and it would adhere to the city's rules and authority and land use, and all services would be required of that city. So one is to do a planning boundary change, the other is to do an actual service boundary change. In the staff report, we've outlined a number of key issues for LAFCO to consider. First and foremost is agricultural. As we all know, the site is currently prime ag and developed in some intensified uses of such. The entirety of the site would potentially be lost due to conversion of non-agricultural uses, whether it be residential, commercial, or any other types of uses. There's a potential for the city to contemplate whether or not buffers could be included, or protection of on-site land could be included if during their annexation review. Those will have to be contemplated. But ultimately, the EIR did conclude that the entirety of the Bailey Avenue corridor, which was at the time 271 acres, a larger subset, all was within meeting the definition of LAFCO's prime agricultural land. And so all of the 148 meets that definition as well. So LAFCO has to evaluate that under our policies. In addition to our policies, there's the government code 56377 that is applicable here. And so in reviewing that, the commission has to either approve or disapprove their proposal based on those reasonable expectations of any loss or conversion of that land. Now, that policy and the commission's policy, I will note, is not an outright ban of conversion of loss of ag land. What that contemplates is whether or not conversion of any not prime ag land promotes planned or orderly or efficient development in of a particular area. And so that's the benchmark that we're looking at, not an outright ban of we can't lose any ag per se, but whether or not what's presented before you, does it promote well-planned, orderly development and efficient development of services? And are there any other opportunities that are non-ag lands for the city to contemplate before the conversion of ag is taken out of ag production. So that's our, looking at bullet 2 there, what vacant land is there? What other opportunities does the city have? So again, just to reiterate, the city's application on how it approaches the loss of agricultural land is to provide agricultural conservation easements at a 1-to-1 basis for anything that's lost or converted as part of any future development. So LAFCO does not have a specific ratio of requirement as part of our policies. The city of Lompoc does not currently have any particular ratio as well that offsets any of that. And so that was an offer that was made as a commitment as part of the city's application at a 1-to-1 ratio. The commission would have to weigh and balance that as part of your decision making, and decide if a 1-to-1 or some other ratio would be adequate that meets your individual view of allowing loss or conversion of ag. Therefore, meeting and being in compliance with our policy and the government code. Second key issue was urban sprawl and discouraging urban sprawl. So obviously the proposal would change the character of the Bailey Avenue corridor. Obviously it is agricultural uses. So some new development of residential potential would occur throughout the area. And so here is where the government code says that LAFCO is not allowed to impose any conditions that would directly regulate land use density or intensity. However, you can consider discouragement of urban sprawl as one of the key legislative mandates of LAFCO in those land uses and in those patterns. Obviously, the city would need to pre-zone the site and develop and present any conservation easements. All of these factors would have to be considered at the time that annexation application were to come forward. So you can consider that at this time as well, whether or not amending the sphere of influence and the proposal that the city is offering lends itself to discouraging urban sprawl or not. And then there's a second level. If the sphere is amendment, then this commission would get another look at what that actual development plan would look like, where the conservation easements would exist per their commitments. And those factors would be reevaluated a second time by the commission for that annexation decision. Affordable housing, job, housing balance, other key issues, intents that the commission has as guiding principles. Again, the city's inclusionary housing ordinance is what is being committed here by the city. Again, as I indicated, projects of 10 or more would essentially be obligated to provide 10% of those to meet some sort of level of affordability for the city and those target groups. So obviously we don't know what that looks like today, but we can have some commitment that the city would look at implementing their inclusionary ordinance. Again, the city committed to a build out estimate and scenario as part of their project and do an update to their jobs housing ratio balance in the future. And so we would look at that for the valley as a whole, Lompoc Valley as a whole, and that information would be presented to the commission if the sphere was to be amended and a future annexation applied for. And lastly, the city's commitment to do regional housing needs allocation transfer. So they would at least negotiate with the county on that and that outcome would be presented before the commission before the annexation were to take place. So when the commission is asked to adopt a sphere of influence amendment, you're also need to make determinations for 5 general areas, and that includes present and planned land uses. So we've pulled out a few highlighted bullet points that were presented in the staff report. Currently, without knowing really what's the annexation application would look like, it could be deemed inconsistent with the county's general plan policies. Obviously, the county's general plan designates the area as agricultural. The city is seeking to do some sort of residential development. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it can't be approved. When they're inconsistent between the city and the county's general plan, it puts the onus on the commission as a whole to look at that in balance and look at the proposal as to which proposal meets the intent of what LAFCO's asked to do in your decision making. So you need to weigh all of that out, all of the intentions of Cortese Hertzberg, of LAFCO, your individual policies in your handbook, and the broader goals of the state of California. And and so here is where conditioning the sphere of influence expansion could bring that proposal into compliance. As you look at these opportunities, making sure that the commitments that are made are in place for some future annexation could provide that planned land use opportunity. Second is the present and probable need for services. So obviously a sphere amendment in itself doesn't have any development tied to it, but it can function as it's intended, which is a planning tool that allows the city to look at what that potential would be. So obviously whatever the city would contemplate would entail some development, and it would need some level of service, both water, sewer, police, fire, recreation uses, things of that nature. So we would need to at some point look at that and whether or not the city has the adequate infrastructure and capabilities to provide those services under any new future proposal of an annexation development plan. We also look at the present capacity and adequacy of those services. So we've outlined that the city's water and wastewater capabilities are and their capacities are, and it conclude that both of those are adequate to meet any future development proposal. The city's EIR also contemplated the city's water and wastewater and other public services and concluded based on the Bailey Avenue area that it was adequate as well. And those can be found in the EIR threaded throughout. The commission adopted its public safety MSR in 2021, of which the city of Lompoc was part of that. And in that, it states that the city has experiencing some high crime rates, unusual to some other cities per 1,000 people of population, and that the clearance rates were one of the lowest in amongst the other agencies that were included in that. And ultimately that the police department itself had identified several needs, issues that they wanted to get addressed so they can be responsive to the community. And that's the concluding determinations from that MSR report.
Mr. Prater, I have a question on that. So given that we don't have a proposal for what would happen on the land, is this something that's appropriate for us to consider today?
Yes, we can consider this because this is what essentially asking for a sphere amendment that would allow them to look at some future development.
And so the adequacy of services is on the table.
It is on the table in the sense that this is the knowledge and information. It's a piece of information for the commission to consider and weigh without all the other information that you're asked to do. One point, and then we'll have our legal counsel weigh in as well. But ultimately what we're saying here is that even though our MSR reported this conclusion and this determination, the city is in a position that during its development review of its annexation proposal, they can address any of those shortcomings through that proposal. So they have conditioning authority that can address development, increase their police service personnel. And so that is an opportunity for the city to put forth in a future application. I'll turn it over to legal counsel.
Madam Chair, William Dillon, legal counsel for LAFCO. In response to your question, the statute actually requires LAFCO to consider 5 factors when amending or updating a sphere of influence. Those are in Government Code Section 56425. Mr. Prater is exactly following the analysis that's required by statute.
Thank you.
Continuing on with the bullet points for capacity and adequacy of service, we also looked at fire service since it was a public safety MSR at the time. And as I indicated here, basically the city has conditioning authority, right, to require adequate service be maintained or achieved through that development review process. The city's fire department maintained a adequate ISO rating during our analysis, which was a classification of a 3. And looking at the particular site and the location of their fire station, we did not see that would be any lesser of a classification moving forward if development were to be proposed on the Bailey sites. And finally, the EIR concluded the adequate services could be achieved under bill out of that Bailey Avenue corridor. 2 other areas of determination of those 5 include social and economic communities of interest, obviously residential development potential proposed for any future amendment and any future city annexation. The city is ultimately the provider of all these places of shopping and services. There really is no other location for this based on its location. They're the most logical provider of that. And then lastly, we look at disadvantaged unincorporated communities. And looking at this particular site, it does not qualify under that definition for us. And so those are the determinations that we could make if the commission were to seek that the sphere of influence amendment could be approved. Now we'll get into a bit more depth of the environmental determinations that need to be made and that were made of the city and that the commission needs to consider as part of a factor and ultimately part of your statement of overriding considerations were you to approve this sphere amendment. So the city prepared and certified their final EIR, their addendum number 3 and addendum number 7. Those are the components that we are looking at today. We have added it to the record addendum number 6 that deals with cannabis use within commercial zones that the city adopted when they adopted their cannabis regulations. The final EIR included mitigation measures relative to any future development as part of this. And ultimately, just basically in summary here that they would result in some significant and unavoidable long-term impacts related to the clean air plan, air quality emissions, greenhouse gas emissions, cultural historic resources, loss of prime agricultural lands, and some traffic impacts along Ocean Avenue and A Street intersection and H Street and Central Avenue intersections. And so based on those, the city adopted statement of overriding considerations that outweighed those class 1 impacts. Addendum number 7, which specifically relates to this application, basically states that the finally our assumed specific numbers of residential unit mixed use residential project that far exceeded what they're currently contemplated. And so that the addendum number 7 was adequate, and that no further impacts were identified that were included in that final EIR or addendum number 3. Similar with addendum number 3 itself, it clarified and updated some information about a leaking underground storage tank and a cleanup site on the Bodger Seed Development property, and provided some additional information about hazards material that was potentially there, and concluded that there was no significant impacts as a research of the new hazard site mapping that they looked at.
Commissioner Stark.
Simple question. Is that because the site has been cleaned up to the appropriate standards?
Yes, thank you. Addendum number 3 also looked at some additional noise level due to vehicle traffics that were identified that exceeded the city standards. And the city's general plan, its noise element, and its circulation policies were identified as adequate to reduce those impacts. So they were deemed less than significant as a conclusion. The final EIR includes a summary of mitigation measures. It's included in their table, their mitigation monitoring and reporting program. And the most notable for us in our decision that we're weighing in on is their LU2, or I'm sorry, their LU3 mitigation that has to deal with essentially the class 1 impact of the ag conversion. And as a component of that identified impact, they've adopted that mitigation measure LU3, which required the 1-to-1 ratio and the PACE program. No additional mitigation measures were identified as appropriate for the final determination. Consistency with LAFCO regarding the LAFCO's decision about the loss of agricultural or our policies regarding any of our policies. They sort of deferred that to the commission itself. And so that gives the commission the burden of having to make those decisions on whether or not the proposal before you meets your policies. There was no additional analysis provided by the city and its final EIR. But ultimately, the city did adopt statements of overriding considerations that basically documents the benefits of the project that outweighed those unavoidable class 1 impacts. So that's included in your packet as attachment D in its entirety of the statement of overriding considerations, specifically found on page 20 and 21 of a staff report that's reiterated. So in summary, as far as the environmental review goes, the city's final EIR through their general plan update identified 4 environmental impacts that were not fully mitigated and ultimately adopted statements of overriding considerations. And again, they're related to air quality, cultural resources, land use and agricultural, and transportation and circulation. So now we'll transition a bit into what staff has proposed as recommended conditions of approval if the commission sought to approve the amend the sphere of influence for the city, largely tied to the commitments that the city was making in their application. we sought to also make those conditions so that we could follow through at some future annexation application. And essentially they deal with the infill and build out of the site. So here we're asking that in order to encourage that orderly growth and development in the area and discourage urban sprawl, that the proposal within the sphere will evaluate all of the infill development opportunities such that the properties along already within the city limits and developed at appropriate densities and mix of uses and land uses and infrastructure needs have been addressed. And so that information will be presented for the commission at some future time when the annexation application might come forward. And so we will have that information, and that will ensure that the sphere expansion does promote orderly growth and discourages urban sprawl. And again, as a condition of the annexation, the development on vacant or underutilized parcels already within the city boundary, they'll be evaluated by the city. They'll provide that build out estimate and inventory and document how they prepared all of that information so the commission can consider that as a factor. Or agricultural and open space, the city again providing binding agricultural conservation easements sufficient to mitigate any conversion of prime agricultural land at a minimum of a 1-to-1 ratio of same or better quality of land, preferably on site as the first option or in close proximity as the second option, and then alternatively within Lompoc Valley as the developers seek what opportunities are available to offset that 1-to-1 ratio compliance. As part of any annexation application for the Bailey Avenue project site, the city will submit these binding contracts. They will provide these conservation easements at the 1-to-1 ratio of anything lost due to the project. And then ultimately, those easements will be recorded prior to filing any certificate of completion for an annexation approval. So that way the commission has a surety that those easements are in place before the boundary change occurs. To address job housing ratio and regional housing needs allocation, again, the condition would be imposing the implementation of the city's inclusionary housing ordinance chapter for these sites, identify the method of providing the affordable units, what target group levels will those be, and present that information as part of their annexation submittal. The city and county will also negotiate as part of their regional housing need allocation transfer. As part of their that agreement, the commission will be able to understand whether or not any units have been transferred out of the unincorporated county into the city for the 6th cycle or 7th cycle, depending on when that annexation application comes forward. And as a condition of the annexation application, the city will also evaluate their jobs housing ratio. The development plan will consider land uses that provide opportunities for employment. Of particular note, exploring creating opportunities for head of house jobs to alleviate any of the jobs household housing ratio balance inadequacies. And LAFCO will look at that analysis and identify any land uses that are appropriate within the two properties as part of that annexation submittal. As part of attachments F and G are the applicable city and county policies for the commission to consider, since our policies speak to what the city and county policies say. Again, the commission is to weigh those, and where they find inconsistency between those you need to use your independent judgment on which policies further the goals of LAFCO, of Cortez Enox, of the state intentions. And lastly, in attachment E is LAFCO's policies. And staff has provided analysis for these policies. So in conclusion, the commission's role here, you would need to determine consistency with the government code 56377, which is loss of potential for prime agricultural land. You will need to determine adequacy of all the mitigation measures and the commitments that were proposed to amend the sphere of influence. Again, you have the authority to impose additional mitigation measures as part of the environmental review that were not contemplated by the city if you felt they were going to enhance the project. You are to also determine if the proposed conditions of approval that I just went over are sufficient. The determinations and sphere factors under 56425E, the 5 factors that we went through have been addressed and can be deemed adequate. And ultimately conclude some findings of facts and statements of overriding considerations that would outweigh the impacts that were identified for the 4 class 1 impacts. And then lastly, we're asking that you have this discussion, hear the public testimony, deliberate over the issues, and then ultimately provide direction to staff and the city that outlines your expectations of whether or not this should be moved forward as a sphere amendment. And then we would likely come back with a resolution either for an approval or denial. So that concludes staff's presentation.
Okay, back to the commission for questions. I don't see any lights here. Madam Clerk, any of our commissioners participating by Zoom?
Madam Chair, I do have a couple of questions, but I'd wait for other commissioners to go first since I already asked a couple of them.
Go ahead.
I have 2 basic questions. One of them has to do with CEQA and the other has to do with sprawl. The question having to do with CEQA is as follows. Is it not correct that at the time that there is an application for an annexation, an actual boundary change, that further environmental analysis will be required? Is that not correct?
That is correct.
And-
Further analysis. will-
And my assumption would be that at that time, that whatever impacts are identified and whatever mitigations are considered have to comply with the then applicable standards under the CEQA Act, which if I get it right, means they have to be enforceable. There have to be performance standards. And I think there's something in there about a funding mechanism, but there's a case law standard for what constitutes an adequate mitigation under CEQA. And my assumption is it would be up to the city to identify that and we would have to take it from there. Is that basically correct?
That is correct.
And that would apply not only to the main thing that we've been talking about, which is the effectiveness of the conservation easements, but also any other conditions of approval or impacts that we might identify.
Correct.
Okay. That's basically what I wanted to know is when the city is calls upon us to annex the property, somebody has to do an adequate CEQA review, and we have to go through the very issues that have been identified to assure ourselves that we're adequately informed so we can make a decision. Is that right?
That is correct.
Thanks. Here's my second question. Are there any established guidelines for how we evaluate whether proposed development that is sort of near existing developed urban land is sprawl or not? My understanding is we're supposed to fight it, but it's not absolutely banned. So how do we analyze whether the proposed development is contributing to orderly development, which we like, or sprawl, which is not. I have a third question when you finish the group.
We'll
Wait.
let him chew on this one.
Yeah, no, that is what is asked of the commission to contemplate. Unfortunately, there is no refined development of urban sprawl. It's sort of in the eye of the beholder. So each of you have a different understanding of what urban sprawl might look and feel like to you. I know of nobody that has taken on trying to define that, probably out of precaution to not get thrown out of the state or something, you know. It's a tough one to get your arms around.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to indicate, because I know this is Doss Williams down in Santa Barbara, that because there's so much public interest that I will be Zooming the rest of the meeting, but continuing to listen as we are, I'm sure, soon to take public comment.
Okay,
Third question.
I think I had to make the third question. The third question succinct. And I'll pass on the third question.
okay, Commissioner Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman. My question's about ag impacts. And so I understand that there's a need to offset the loss of existing ag, but how do we evaluate the impact to neighboring ag? So as the scope, the sphere of influence changes and it's expanded, that will have ag impacts on adjacent ag that stays in the county. And so was that looked at is that something that we're able to evaluate? I know in the county, we have an ag buffer ordinance, which requires the development to buffer on their own property from agriculture, because obviously, even though that these are uses that are often next to each other, there's impacts and offsets are needed for various food safety rules and requirements and standards. So, you know, obviously we're evaluating the property within the sphere of influence, but this sphere of influence absolutely has impacts on neighboring properties as well. And how do we work through that?
Yeah, so that is a factor that the commission individually each can take up. How does this impact property beyond what's being requested? You know, and what would that impact look and feel like? What I did not highlight that was part of the EIR analysis done by the city was a 200-foot buffer that was required of the properties. And so I think that might get to some of your concerns about what are the impacts to the neighboring site. But again, each of you have to consider, is 200-foot buffer enough in your mind that warrants a sphere amendment?
If I could continue, Madam Chairman.
Of course.
Yes. So my question is really then what is the uses within that buffer? Because a buffer from a building is different than a buffer from a park or other uses. And obviously in the Lompoc Valleys, we have the problems in Santa Maria Valley. We have issues of homelessness. You know, if there are people in that buffer that are residing, that can have additional agricultural impacts. So fully understanding that's really important to me, as well as, you know, is that buffer also include portions of the road, or is that 100% within what would be the property lines, and how does that impact it? So, you know, my concern and what I'm hoping to hear from the city and the applicant in their presentation is to address those concerns, because those are probably some of my biggest concerns.
Mr. Prater.
Yeah, I would just reiterate that is part of the decisions that you're going to make, and outlining those expectations for the city if this sphere expansion were to be approved. So you can set them up for what your expectations are in that area.
Commissioner Stark.
Thank you. I now have remembered my last question, and it's very simple. Have we given up on any hope of there being an actual agreement between the city and the county concerning the future development, buffering of the area, et cetera, such as we would be required to give great weight to if there was such an agreement?
We have Dan Clemon, who's the head of our long-range planning. I thought I would have him speak after the applicant, and maybe he could come to your question at that point.
That would be appreciated.
All right, Mr. Clemon, you're on notice. Okay, I did have one question. The services, the adequacy of services, you haven't, you imply from what you've written in the staff report that especially public safety services are stretched. But you haven't included anything in a condition. And so I'm just, how does that get ironed out?
Yeah, that's a tough one, in that I don't know if we can have the experience in identifying a condition per se to enhance or improve those. Largely, as with many cities, it's contingent upon the city's budget and where they choose to allocate the dollars to enhance those, right? So at any point in time, the city could push all its chips towards public safety and they could resolve those issues, but then they'd find themselves lacking
about
in some
parks?
other place,
Yes.
right? And so ultimately, those are choices of the city, and they're protected in the sense that they have the authority to make those decisions. LAFCO does not. So we can't condition that they put forth a series of resources that may obligate them financially as an
Yes.
opportunity.
And now I just want to say we have 42 public speakers. Mr. Dillon, we have an open public comment. Do I have to wait until it's opened until I close it?
Sounds like a trick question, but I think the answer is yes.
Okay.
I'm not seeing your point, I guess.
All right. Well,
Here, Hunter.
Madam
You
Chair,
want to,
yes. Oh, Commissioner Guyer.
this is a question for staff. When is the city of Lompoc's MSR scheduled? Or has it been done?
So our municipal service reviews are now by resources. So we do not provide it solely for the city of Lompoc. So we provided their MSR for public safety in 2001. We are set to release next month the water, wastewater, stormwater MSR, and likely have that adopted by April. And the analysis that I put in this report includes the analysis of that MSR.
Could that MSR include these two areas as study areas? Which seems like it would answer a lot of questions that are open during SOI.
Yeah, staff took the easy way out and said we were not including these areas as study areas because we knew this application was before the commission and wanted specific information that dealt with this to be a standalone rather than folded into a much larger, broader report.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gar, were you finished? I wanted to comment back on the question from the chair. If you want to do a last call for speaker slips, if that's where you were going, because I noticed we just got two more.
Right.
And close the speaker slip submittal period.
All right. So what we're going to do is take, Commissioner Nelson, after your question, we'll take a break. So go ahead.
Madam Chair.
Oh, sorry. Yes, I don't have a light. Thank you for, Commissioner Nelson.
Yes, thank you. And I apologize. This is kind of a LAFCO in general question to fully understand how we move forward with this. So if there are other programmatic EIRs that the county may have that may overlap with this sphere of influence, how do we account for that or deal with that? The only one I can think about is obviously the cannabis ordinance the county has, which is evaluating all the unincorporated agricultural lands in the county, and what does that impact that already existing environmental document. I know this is probably going to come up in future sphere of influence and annexation applications in the future. So I'm trying to understand how that also plays in.
Chair, if I may ask, rephrase that question in how I interpret it is, whether or not the county environmental review would weigh in on an application or a sphere amendment that the commission might be considering, whether it be a standalone application or through our service review SOI update program.
Maybe let me restate that. So, we have some time when, in this case, we're looking at adding to the sphere of influence lands that are already considered as part of the programmatic EIR the county has. And so you look at programmatic EIR, you're looking at all those properties, and you can't necessarily discount that from the EIR, the environmental analysis, especially when there's mitigation measures that are connected to those things. In other parts of the county, we may be looking to annex properties that are already part of maybe a community plan. And so how do we work through those issues as we evaluate sphere of influence expansions and annexations?
Yeah, so largely that is through the county acting as an affected agency when the applications come forward. And so the individual county departments will comment on those and bring those to light for the commission to consider.
Thank you.
Commissioner Rich, is that it, Commissioner Nelson?
It is. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Commissioner Richardson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question on the definition of mixed use. How is that defined?
I would defer the city's representatives to define their mixed use category, but generally we understood it to be a combination of both residential and commercial uses on the same property.
That might, if zoned properly, might include a strip mall and adjacent parking.
It could.
Okay, thank you.
It's all dependent on the city's definition in their zoning code.
Okay, I promised a break about every hour. We're almost to an hour and a half. We'll take a 7-minute break starting at 2:25 and get the city a chance to set up here. Good afternoon again. We're reconvening the February 2nd, 2023 meeting of LAFCO, and we're about to hear the City of Lompoc presentation. And just before you begin, Madam Clerk.
Yes, I would just like to kindly remind everyone who is participating on Zoom today, if you would like to speak under our sphere of influence amendment item when we get to public comment, please use the raise hand feature on Zoom or press *9 on your touch tone phone now. And when we do get to that item, I will call your name out and will unmute you when it is your turn to speak. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, members of the commission. My name is Jeff Malavi. I'm the city attorney for the city of Lompoc. I want to thank Mike Prater for his comprehensive staff report today. That was comprehensive and very helpful, and it's going to help me make my presentation a little shorter. I wanted to just make a few key points about this, and then I'm going to turn it over to our other speakers today. First, as you have discussed, city is only seeking a sphere of influence amendment here. This is not an annexation. We decided to elect only to seek a sphere of influence amendment right now so that we can receive feedback from the LAFCO Commission and determine whether the commission is even open to the possibility of considering an annexation application on this land in the future. If the sphere of influence amendment is approved today, that will then enable the city to invest the time and expense necessary to undertake a lengthy pre-zoning and CEQA process and negotiate a property tax sharing agreement with the county that will be necessary before we can file an annexation application with LAFCO. Sphere of influence amendment is the traditional first step. You can do them together, but generally, sphere of influence comes first. You put the property in your sphere. It allows the city to plan for the eventual expansion into that territory, and annexation comes second. Again, we wanted to know if LAFCO is even open to the possibility of a future annexation of this territory before we went through the pre-zoning and CEQA process to file the annexation application. To provide a little history about this application, the city did last apply to LAFCO in 1998 to add this property to its sphere of influence. And so this has been going on for a very long time. What's unique about these properties is that in the 1960s, it's difficult to see, but the property owners on the east side of Bailey Avenue in the 60s were assessed for the installation of a sewer line. That sewer line was installed all the way up and down Bailey Avenue. And so there are utilities already installed on these properties for development, eventual development. The property's owners were assessed at a value in today's dollars of $5 million for that sewer line back in the 60s. And today they have received no benefit from it. Back in 1998, that application was denied by LAFCO, but a main point of opposition back then was that infill development in Lompoc can be pursued as an alternative to annexation. After 25 years since 1998, with all of the city's encouragement and incentives for infill development, the market in Lompoc has not produced sufficient infill for what the city's housing needs are. We have tried to incentivize housing. We have zoned, as you've all seen our housing element, we've zoned sufficient land for housing to meet our RENA requirements, but that is only the zoning. The city cannot force the owners of land in town to build infill residential development on their properties. And we've seen that just with the experience of history in the last 25 years. In the last 6 years, the city has only actually realized the construction of 81 new housing units. Our SBCAG RENA goal for the next 8 years is 2,248 new units. Relying on infill alone is not a strategy that will be successful at filling that gap. Fact remains that in Lompoc, we have an extreme housing shortage, and we are in the middle of a statewide housing crisis. Reasonable, logical, and efficient expansion is going to be necessary, and it's appropriate under these circumstances for Lompoc. There are also jobs in Lompoc. and increasing numbers. 5 years ago, Lompoc's jobs housing imbalance was a 0.87. Today in Lompoc, we have a jobs housing imbalance of 1.26, and the Lompoc Valley as a whole is at 1.4. When you get to 1.5, that is where starts to be an imbalance, and it suggests that there are more workers commuting into the city than those leaving. We have a proposed future expansion of the Vandenberg Space Force Base, and Lompoc will be the closest city to support the over 10,000 new jobs that are planned for that growth. This is going to put a further strain on the city's jobs housing balance. We suggest that the employees of those jobs should have the opportunity to live in Lompoc, the closest place to their jobs, and not have to commute with VMTs to get back and forth to their work. As the staff noted, we have committed to a 1-to-1 conservation easement ratio for any loss of prime ag land on the properties. But preservation of prime ag land, although it's a very important policy that the city supports, is not the only LAFCO mandate to consider. As your staff noted, there is a balancing that must be done. The Casey-Knox-Hertzberg Act provides that LAFCO's mandate is to encourage orderly growth and development that is essential to the social, fiscal, and economic well-being of the state, and that should be affected by logical formation and modification of the boundaries of local agencies, with a preference granted to accommodating additional growth within or through the expansion of the boundaries of the local agencies which can best accommodate and provide government services for housing for persons of all income in the most efficient manner possible. Granting this application achieves that mandate. The city of Lompoc is the agency that can most efficiently provide housing for persons and families of all incomes in the most efficient manner feasible to support the anticipated growth in our area from, for example, from Vandenberg. There are already the utilities there. The housing is needed for the jobs that we already have in Lompoc. And finally, this is not the first step to urban sprawl west of Bailey Avenue. The city's general plan already requires a vegetated buffer all along Bailey Avenue to buffer the ag uses from the residential uses and the school uses that today are directly across the street from ag land. That is a mistake or an oversight that was made back when those neighborhoods were developed in the 50s, 60s, and 70s that we can correct today by fully implementing that buffer along Bailey. I'm going to now throw it over to City Council member Gilda Cordova from Lompoc.
Thank you, Jeff. Honorable Chair and Commissioners, my name is Gilda Cordova, and I have served as City Council member for the City of Lompoc since early 2019. I was raised in Lompoc from the age of 5. This is the community that I love and I love to serve. I'm a local business owner, hotel operator by profession, president for the Board of Explore Lompoc, honorary commander for Vandenberg Space Force Base, recently became a board member for the Santa Maria Valley Tourism Marketing District, and have served on many other boards and nonprofit organizations that seek to improve the quality of life for our residents. 1998 was the year that you first heard about this application. That was the year that I bought my first home in Lompoc at the age of 19. It was the ugliest house I could find, but the biggest one, and all I saw was potential. So over the years, I renovated the house, and I ultimately was able to buy up and purchase a new home at La Prisma Highlands, a newer housing development. It was the natural progression of personal growth and opportunity in my own community. But today I want to talk to you about probably the most significant and urgent issue facing Lompoc, and that is the lack of housing in our city. As we all know, California has an urgent statewide need for new housing units to increase supply and lower the state's extreme unsustainable housing costs. Lompoc has not escaped the housing crisis, far from it. Denmat, a local corporation headquartered in Lompoc with nearly 400 employees, is growing and bringing more jobs to Lompoc, but we're told that their employees cannot find housing or the type of housing that they need in our city, and therefore they commute from Santa Maria, San Ynez, Buellton, and beyond. The number one comment from Vandenberg Space Force Base is there is no housing for their employees in Lompoc, the closest city to the base. They commute from Santa Maria and Orchid. Our school district cannot recruit teachers due to lack of housing options that are affordable for them in our city. Our city public safety departments struggle to recruit for the same reason. Many of our very own city employees, police, fire, and first responders live outside of the city. So they work hard in Lompoc and then leave to commute and live, shop, and sleep elsewhere and then return to our city. This is not to mention our local residents and first-time home buyers who struggle to find a piece of the American dream for their families, the same dream I had the privilege to make a reality 24 years ago. There is extreme demand for Lompoc for the type of housing needed for these middle and upper class jobs that already exist in Lompoc. Adding supply will reduce commuter miles from Santa Maria and SLO County, and it will relieve upward pressure on the price of existing homes in Lompoc, allowing for the opportunity of that American dream to once again become attainable. In addition, looking to the future, Lompoc is the closest city to over 10,000 potential new jobs to be created with the expansion of Vandenberg Space Force Base. Will those new jobs require those employees to commute outside of the city, or will we give them the opportunity to live within the city that they work in? Lompoc is trying to be part of the solution, unlike some other cities in the state of California, or that the state of California is having to sue for their anti-housing policies. Lompoc is doing everything they can to incentivize development of housing. We have zoned sufficient land for housing to meet the RENA allocation. Years ago, the city approved housing development on the last 3 major parcels of vacant land in town. About 720 units remain to be built there. But once that's built out, there will be no more large open land for significant housing. What the city of Lompoc is asking for is not unreasonable. As I drove the land parcels and viewed the areas surrounding the land parcels, I couldn't help but ponder on the very obvious concerns that should be highly considered on the residents of the city of Lompoc. These land parcels are within steps from our kids' schools. Both Miguelito and Clarence Ruth schools are within breathable airspace of pesticides and all of the debris and dirt that is picked up and windblown in the direction of our children. These fields go up all the way up to property fences that is backyard to all those residents that live in the area. Here we are talking about protecting precious ag, which I too support. But at what point in time do we compromise and accept responsibility for the failed vision of developers and local leaders 30 to 40 years ago when they allowed for housing and schools to be built with no barrier of protection for the people that would be living there and the children that would be going to our schools? Can we find it within ourselves to consider and protect the health of our kids and our residents? These parcels are in areas that make sense to be converted from ag land into housing. Doing so helps the community of Lompoc for all the reasons I already voiced, but it also helps to modernize the area for the improvement of quality of life and substantially reduce the health concerns that currently exist. Here in the application before you, we have property owners who want to build. You can give Lompoc an opportunity for new housing the city desperately needs for jobs that we already have in Lompoc, so that people can work there, live there, and support the schools and public services rather than commute away. And maybe there should be a room full of people spilling out and imploring for your positive vote. But I am a very real representation of the community that I grew up in and that I serve today as council. I speak to you on their behalf today. And in the best interest of them, I urge you to please approve the City of Lompoc's application. Thank you.
Chair and Commission, I now want to introduce former California Senator Robert Hertzberg, whose last name is on the Cortese-Knox-Hertzberg Act. We have asked him to come and present for the city today and participate. So, Bob Hertzberg.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. City Attorney and Councilmember. Great job. Appreciate it. And thank you. It's an honor to be here in my many years of public service. This is the first time I've appeared before a local agency formation commission, and it's a great honor, and I thank you for that. I want to tell you that the information, the document that I presented to you was intentionally labeled discussion memorandum. And also, if you note in paragraph 1, I write introduction, my conditional role. Why did I do that, and why did I say that? Because when I was asked by the city to participate here today, I said that I'm not going to do that unless I do my due diligence, unless I am thoroughly persuaded that there is a reasonable basis to deal with this sphere of influence application. Wasn't going to just get up here and make an argument. I didn't think it was the right thing to do. As I said, this is the first time I've ever done this. And I'm doing it because I think when you look at the totality of circumstances, it is the right thing to do. And let me give a little history. I brought this, my bound book, which has from 2000, which I like the title, particularly given what we're talking about. It's called State of California, Growth Within Bounds, the report of the Commission on Local Governance for the 21st Century. I created that commission. We spent over 3 years and $2 million. The mayor of San Diego was the chair of that commission. We went over, I believe, about 20 hearings around the state, including here in Santa Barbara. Over 200 witnesses. But the world was different in 2000. We were faced with different challenges, and we have new considerations as policymakers today. At the time in 2000, we were faced, where I come from, down in Los Angeles, with folks that were in San Bernardino County, Lake Elsinore, and Riverside, driving 2.5 hours so they could buy a cheap house. And these big, huge merchant builders building these big sprawls. And the word sprawl, when you look it up, it means places where you've got to drive huge distances. That's what we're talking about. That's the sprawl that envisioned this. I was a voice, and I fought hard to create this law to protect ag land, because we were chewing it up left and right, and destroying so much was important to California. So when you see these provisions in the law, they're there because we put them there. Now, what's happened since 2000? Well, I want to read to you because this is important. Yes, prime ag land is critical, but in terms of the first paragraph of this legislation, which remains into effect today, when it talks about what the finding is, it says the legislature finds and declares it's a policy of the state of California to encourage orderly growth. Yes, we use that all the time, and development which are essential to the social, fiscal, and economic well-beings of the state. And we go on to talk about, as was suggested by the city attorney and by the report, by providing for housing. We have spent the last 2 decades as a government redefining what we mean by those social norms. When I started in politics in East Los Angeles, we were fighting the prison. We were fighting Exide, the battery people. We were fighting the 710 freeway and what was happening with pollution on those trucks and what was happening to asthma with those kids. So when you define what the environmental considerations are, there are more stakeholders, and we have as a policy engaged, starting with housing. I know everybody's talked about it, but this governor, it is such a crisis, has said that we're going to give the power to the courts to create injunctions, to force local jurisdictions to meet their goals. Unheard of. Didn't happen, but it's on the way if we don't meet them. 2, we have an attorney general that created a special task force on housing that's going after cities. I talked to the director of that organization, of that task force, to gain some insights, because again, I'm doing my due diligence to make sure that what I'm saying here is correct, that's consistent with our public policy, that's consistent with who we are as Californians and what we're trying to do in balancing these extraordinary challenges that we face. And when you look at the city, a D- and an F in their rating on housing. And it's not because the city hasn't tried. When you read the stories, and I read back in 1998 what those letters were put in, and those letters say exactly the same thing. It's literally just changing the date. You can do infill. I don't know what else you can do. The reality is you can talk about what you should do, but we have to do something, because if we don't, the consequences are grave. And I would suggest the further issues, in addition on the housing piece, it's not just about someone having a roof over their head. It's a much broader issue than that. It's about sustainable communities, something that we never talked about, but Senator Steinberg, who I also talked to before doing the homework on this, because again, I wasn't going to stand here and put myself in front of you without doing the homework. And I talked to him at length about SB 375 and about vehicle miles traveled. We didn't have a vehicle miles traveled standard in 2000, in 1998, 1997, we were doing this work. What does that mean? What were we trying to do? Where's the growth? And also, sustainable communities don't just mean that we deal with greenhouse gases, critically important, but it's about the dignity of people in the community, where they're going to get a job. Can they afford to actually buy a house instead of renting Section 8 housing? What does that look like? Well, guess what? As we faced the BRAC problem in the Clinton administration, we're closing all its bases, and Lagomarsino and everybody was trying to deal with Vandenberg, all of a sudden we got hope. We've got the county board unanimously saying we like the REACH program. I talked to the professor at San Luis Obispo because, again, I'm doing my homework, and I asked him about this, and he said 16,000 jobs is too small. I think that's a super conservative number. We're competing with Texas and Florida. What about those values? What are their values compared to our values on taking care of immigrants and taking care of poor people and taking care of social justice? Those are all part of an environmental determination that we have been discussing in this state and moving strongly in that direction for 2 decades since this law was drafted. What does that look like? And so when you look at the sustainable communities, you're going to hear from labor today. What does that mean? It means not only is there going to be labor jobs with respect to construction, whatever gets developed and approved by you and in this further consideration, but Vandenberg is going to have a ton of jobs. Those people, and here's the big difference, which you're going to hear today. In the last 20 years, labor has fundamentally changed its approach. How's that done that? It has these extraordinary apprentice programs that brings kids that might have college degrees and stuff and gets them jobs they can afford real wages and real families, the houses and all the things that are necessary as part of the American dream. So that's the larger definition. That's where we've been going. That's when we look at the balance of what these environmental considerations are. We look at the totality of what that means and where we've been. And it is informed by Knox Cortese. It is there. That was what it was about. But I think the historical context is important to understand. And yes, I don't disagree with the absolute energy behind those who opposed and the need to support prime ag land. But we do have this drift argument. We do have this social justice. You got these poor kids, 66% Latino poor kids in one school, 80-some% in another school. Same arguments, we faced it over and over again. And so this gives this government at this time in history an opportunity to right those wrongs. It was referenced in a couple of the earlier presentations, but to actually create the appropriate buffers, not where you have a farmer who you're going to hear from today who did it on his own. 2018, we changed the laws with respect to pesticides and what those rules were as it related to schools. So you have all of these new changes dealing with social justice and opportunity and vehicle miles traveled and all of those factors. And so what do you have? You got a project 6 miles away from Vandenberg. You're not approving anything today. What you're saying is that this deserves more consideration. You're sending a message to Texas and Florida, to the federal government, and to all those at Vandenberg that we got hope. You're sending a message to the people in the community that we got hope for the future. That's what you're doing here by granting this. And you have that power. And we gave you that power in this legislation. And there was a debate as to how much power we should give you. And it's important that this entity has this power. But it needs to be used responsibly, in my judgment, that considers a broader array of environmental public policy considerations. And so I took the time to come here today because the homework that I did, which was pretty significant, as you can see, the people that I talk to, I'm not just, I'm a policy wonk to the extreme. I do my homework. And I thought about this a lot. And I feel that as you face what we're facing today, this is a perfect example of a city that's trying to do the right thing, has horrible circumstances facing it, that's got extraordinary opportunities in the new world in which we're facing, in the public policy that we're creating to right that wrong. And nothing's happening here other than having an opportunity to continue that discussion. And that's why I came today. That's why I stand strongly in support of this endeavor. And that's why I think you should grant this application and we should move forward and make whatever considerations and conditions appropriate as you move forward. I thank you so very much for indulging me with this much time. Thank you.
That concludes the opening presentation. Is there an opportunity to reserve this time for rebuttal if we wanted to?
This is not a quasi judicial, so we don't use that
Understood.
format. That concludes this. Are there board questions for members of the city team? We can bring them back and ask questions. I'm sure they'd be happy to do that.
They get answered by the phone.
Okay. I know we have Dan Clement on Zoom. He's from the county, and the county does have an interest here. So I've asked him if he had something that he would like to add to the conversation, particularly how this comports with county policies and whether any of these have been, whether it's the same letter from 20 years ago or whether we've given an updated analysis or assessment.
Yes, good afternoon, Chairwoman Hartman. Can you hear me?
We can.
Great. Yes, good afternoon. First off, Commissioner Stark had a question earlier. I did not catch it. If he could repeat that, I'd be more than happy to answer that right now.
I have to check my elaborate notes to determine which question I had forgotten to answer. I think the question that I didn't get answered, I got most answers to most of them, was the question about sprawl. And what the county had to say about it. I also had a question about CEQA, but I don't think I need the county to explain that.
Okay, yeah, just a few general comments. With regard to the county's comments so far, what I would say is that there are some important details that are currently lacking about the project before we can provide any sort of specific comment going forward. And some of those details include things like, first off, we don't know right now what the ultimate outcome of the City of Lompoc's housing element update is going to be. So when it comes to the question of to what degree can the city rely upon infill to satisfy their arena allocation, that has yet to be determined. And I must say, after having gone through this right now with the state HCD, what we do know is that the state, when they're looking at infill development, particularly redevelopment sites, they are applying a higher level of scrutiny as compared to sites like the one that is under consideration for this project site right now. So that's a big question. So we don't know when it comes to the degree to which this project is needed in order to satisfy the RENA. We can't answer that question yet. So when it comes to considering the trade-offs involved with whether or not you should allow urban sprawl, you know, it's hard to answer that question right now. I think it's appropriate to do so because you need that consideration, kind of weigh all the various values that are at play with this. Also, we don't know some important details about, for example, the precise densities that are going to be proposed, the exact mixture in terms of the commercial versus residential. The county does generally say, though, and this is articulated in our most recent comment letter, is that we generally do not support the conversion of ag lands. That is the undue conversion of ag lands. It is, as Mr. Prater explained, it's within your legislative discretion. When you get to the point when you're making your CEQA findings, you can look at increased mitigation measures for impacts to ag lands. It's my understanding that currently the mitigation ratio for impacts to ag soils would be 1-to-1. You could increase that to 2-to-1 to result in no net loss of ag soils. So there are considerations like that. But once again, you don't really want to make that until those details are known about the project. Another important consideration, I think, is at play with this project is, as the city attorney pointed out, there is a unique history of having public water and sewer facilities available for the site dating back, I believe it's to the 1960s. I have not done this research. I think it would be very interesting, though, to do research to see if there are any other similarly situated properties, that is, agricultural properties that are adjacent to city boundaries and have already received public water and sewer services going back to the 1960s, which are able to accommodate the project. My guts tell me, but of course I have not done this research, is that there aren't too many other properties out there that share those same characteristics. And then the reason I bring that up is when your commission is considering this project in terms of its precedent setting nature, those unique facts may lead you to a certain conclusion that you might not otherwise come to if those same facts did not apply. And then with regard to Commissioner Nelson, he had a question about how the environmental review looks at past projects that have been subject to EIR, such as the cannabis EIR. Really what's supposed to happen now is the EIR and subsequent analysis that may occur going forward on this project is supposed to take a cumulative analysis, and that consists of past, present, and reasonably foreseeable projects. So as part of that analysis, it should be taken into consideration the impacts of the cannabis program as being one of the recent past projects that's still playing out, and we are seeing the environmental impacts associated with that. So with that said, I'd be more than happy to answer any other questions your commission may have.
Commissioner Starr.
I did remember the question that I wanted to ask the county, which is whether we had given up hope of their reaching an agreement between the county and the city with respect to the development standards, buffering, et cetera, of this property as contemplated in the Knox-Cortese-Hertzberg Act.
Yes, so Commissioner Stark through Chairwoman Hartman. We are, like I said, we're not at a position really to take a position now because those details are unknown. We need that information first to have an informed position on it.
I guess that answers that.
All right. Do any other commissioners, last chance, have questions for the city or for the county? No. All right. So now it's time to open up public comment, and we will not take any additional speakers. How many speakers do we now have, Madam Clerk?
Chair Hartman and members of the commission, at the moment, I have approximately 15 in Santa Maria, and it appears I have 5 on Zoom.
So we only have 20 public comments at this point.
Yes.
Okay. Or what we'd like to do is for those who would be willing to speak for 1 minute who are in the room, if you would like to line up, you will be given the opportunity to go first. We cannot do that on Zoom. The technical issues are a little difficult, but if you would like to speak for just 1 minute, you're welcome to come now to the podium and line up. And please state your name so we can get your speaker slip here.
Got a short minute here. My name is Mike Cowens. I'm the current president of Lompoc Valley Association of Realtors. We're in support of the LAFCO file 22-07 for the city of Lompoc's Bailey Avenue Sphere of Influence Amendment, all the different APNs. I'm a realtor in the city of Lompoc, and I'm supporting this amendment that'll bring both parcels into the sphere of influence for the city. The association has overwhelming support of the real estate community in pushing this. And the sphere of influence amendments and eventual annexations have been out here for a very long time. I moved out here in 1999 to Lompoc, and from the South part of California, San Bernardino, Riverside area. I go back down that way quite a bit. To see how much growth is going in other areas compared to ours is really terrible. We don't have the housing needs that we need here. We don't have the rentals that we need here. So it's hard to get, as they said, it's hard to get people to come work here when there's no opportunity for them. You know, they just can't move.
And I believe that is your time, and thank you so much for
Thank you.
taking advantage of it. So apparently we have no other speakers who are willing to speak for just a moment. Okay.
Members of the commission, my name is Fred Bitzel, and I'm a resident of Lompoc. I'm the owner of Santa Fe Mortgage for the last 28 years. And over those 28 years, I've helped a lot of young couples, first-time buyers, helped people refinance, I've helped people purchase, and feel like I'm a good member of the community. I'm in Rotary, we do a lot of good things. I have 2 daughters, they're grown, 4 grandkids. I want to see them have a chance to own a decent home in Lompoc in the same area that grandpa lives. And I think this is a reasonable request. As my predecessor speaker said very eloquently, this is just asking to keep it open for discussion at a later time when some of the things can be worked out. And I think they can be, because I think it's important to look at the bigger picture and use common sense. And that's really what this comes down to. And I implore you to look at it that way. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we will start, however, the clerk determines both in the room and on Zoom. But I would ask you, if other people have stated your comments already, then do the best you can. We're really moral suasion to make it short and not redundant, duplicative, and taking a lot of time when we've already heard it. Just let us know you agree with that sentiment. So let's begin, Madam Clerk.
Chair Hartman and members of the commission, I did receive 2 requests that were emailed and asked to be read into the record. So I will begin with those 2 and then follow with our public comment here in Santa Maria. Our first comment was submitted by Joan Wells. Honorable Commissioners, please deny this application. The integrity of our county's general plan policies is at stake here. As a 12-year member of the Santa Barbara County Planning Commission, 1977 to 1989, saving our best agricultural lands from development was and has continued to be of great importance. We need our prime lands to produce our food and provide local employment. Gross agricultural production in 2021 was slightly under $2 billion. This is a major industry. Lompoc has other options outside of Class 1 soils and prime lands to build housing. Annexation of hilly portions of the county is more appropriate. There's a vacant land available within the city of Lompoc, which does not call for the extension of city services. Please deny this project. Our next comment is from Devika Stalling. Dear LAFCO Commissioners, I'm pleased to write you today regarding the City of Lompoc's Bailey Avenue Sphere of Influence Amendment on your agenda for February 2nd, 2023. The Lompoc Valley Chamber of Commerce, representing over 277 local businesses, recognizes the critical need for more housing in our city. The shortage of housing within city limits, especially a variety of different types of units, is one of the top barriers our members face in attracting and retaining employees, as well as to expanding their businesses. It has proven impractical to expect that private sector redevelopment of existing properties is the only pathway to achieve more housing. After a careful review of the proposal, our Chamber Board of Directors is strongly in support of the City of Lompoc Sphere application to explore an adjustment to its boundaries. We believe this is the right move and support the concept. Certainly, it merits further analysis. Additionally, the Chamber has worked with regional efforts such as the Econ Alliance, REACH, and chambers across the Central Coast to bring more jobs to our area, and in particular, northern Santa Barbara County. With Vandenberg Space Force Base only a handful of miles from city limits, Lompoc is a perfect place to accommodate more housing for the government and commercial components of the base to thrive. This is why exploring the opportunities within a sphere of influence process makes so much sense to our Board of Directors. By initiating the project, the city can commence the relevant studies that will answer all of the relevant questions. Initiation costs the county nothing, but not moving forward could cost the community a great deal. We urge you to vote to approve the Sphere of Influence Amendment so that the City of Lompoc can begin analysis of the proposal's impacts. Best regards, Devika Stalling with the Lompoc Valley Chamber of Commerce. And we will now go to our first public speaker in Santa Maria, Morel Brooks, to be followed by Art Hibbets and Janet Blevins.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the commission. My name is Mary Ellen Brooks, and I'm representing Citizens Planning Association. We have been closely following the annexation attempts since 1998. And we have noticed in the past, LAFCO did deny the annexation. Today, the city returns with another request, and it's one that we feel is a bit piecemeal because it's only dealing with 2 of the 6 parcels. But this time we're looking at a sphere of influence expansion. However, today I'm going to focus I had another letter written until yesterday when I read Mr. Hertzberg's discussion memorandum, and I'd like to address some of the issues that he very articulately spoke about. The CPA has prided itself on knowing about LAFCO. We had Mr. Prater as a guest speaker within the last year to talk about exactly what is the role of LAFCO. I first want to look at Mr. Hertzberg's argument that we have to give up prime ag land because of existing state housing crisis. Okay, we have a housing crisis in the state. State mandates, which are now controlling the housing element updates, do call for increasing densities and upzoning to accommodate the RENA numbers. However, the policies also do state that prime ag land is supposed to be touched or not touched, that it should be spared at all costs. Cities are to look at infill and upzoning, which has been discussed today. The county housing element, which I've seen very recently, has very few mapped parcels in the Lompoc Valley. Our RENA numbers for the North County this time aren't as heavily weighted as what's going on in the South Coast. So I don't even think we need this sphere of influence expansion to accommodate any RENA numbers this time around. We can come back in 8 years and talk about it. Mr. Hertzberg also states that LAFCO needs to consider environmental justice. And then he goes into the danger of the pesticides that are being sprayed near some of our schools. CPA certainly supports environmental justice, but we also need current and accurate information. Those of us who have lived in Lompoc, we have fought these battles, we'll call them the pesticide battles. And I would say that our local farmers are extremely responsible and they follow all the state mandates for spraying. The school district is unaware of any recent dangers in exposing the children. So I think if there is new information, the whole community needs to know about that. Regarding sustainable communities, I don't think anything sustains our community more than the agricultural industry. And local farmers, they take good care of their workers. They have been the backbone of the Lompoc community for generations. Recently, the city allowed Mr. Campbell to build a cooling facility to take the prime ag land away right now. When he's doing that, we think is counterintuitive. I would just say in conclusion, we hope that you will deny this sphere of influence. Thank you.
We will now go to Art Hibbets and Janet Blevins to be followed by Claire Weinman.
And I'll just explain, they have we give each speaker who's here up to 3 minutes, and they have a presentation that they've combined together that we've allowed. Mr. Hibbets, is this presentation narrated or? And you'll have to go to the speaker so it's recorded. So can you go to the podium and can we show it on the? Oh, can we show it up here? There you go.
Madam Chair, may I ask, is this the same Mr. Hibbets who has submitted a letter to us in this matter?
Yeah, and I assume you guys got that, and I'm gonna skip that and I realized that,
Your time is starting now, Madam Clerk.
so anyway, I guess I'm gonna narrate it. Remember the old saying, a picture's worth 1,000 words, so we'll see, okay? So this is the area done with a drone. And did you start at the beginning? Okay, well, we need to go back to the beginning, I think. So right here is Bailey Avenue. On the left is the Bodger property in green and also the dirt in front. On the right is agriculture farmed by Bob Campbell. Okay, we're going up Bailey. We're going to hit what's Olive. And you see in the background, you see this Lompoc landfill. And the reason I show that, recently runoff from there flooded this farm ground, as you can see over there. Okay, so we're going to go up, see where that white car is going? It's going to turn, or we're going to turn and go on up the canyon. And this is a long-term landfill. It's been there a long time, and it generates quite a bit of water. So the water flowed down to the Bodger property and did major damage. And we'll show that in a minute. But anyway, here's the left side of the Bodger property, which is in vegetables currently. And then the right side, which is also to be annexed or sphere of influence, okay? Okay, so what we're seeing now is we're coming down the drive from the landfill. And we're going to turn left on Olive. You see this mess here? There's a pond up there that overflowed, and water from the subdivision and the landfill ended up running across through this field. Now, I don't think I need to point out to you that may cause some food safety issues, okay? So now this is looking northeast, and this is the existing boundaries of the city, right up next to ag, no buffers, And I'm showing you this is here we are now, and we know the problems. There have been lots of complaints from the city. We know what we're doing or what we have, and we're going to actually make it worse, okay? Now, the classic example of the mistake we made previously, we're going north now, there's the existing boundary, is that the Weinman property, which is in the distance here, all planted right now. Remember, it's surrounded by, on three sides.
So my time is starting now.
Thank you. So the Weinman property, and two members of the family are here. Mr. Weinman has spoken many times before on this issue, very convincingly. Here's his property, three sides of houses. You see that brown piece up on the right there where the houses end? That's parcel A that you propose to expand on. So now we're going to put more ground in agriculture right next to housing. Well, now everybody talks about buffers. And I think I have a picture here. It shows you one of the buffers that the city put in, but I'll tell you about it quickly. It's at the end of Bailey, next to Central Avenue, going north. I think the city finally put a fence around it, but previously homeless people were living there. Their debris was everywhere. They were crossing the street and harvesting Campbell's and other people's crops, okay? The garbage was unbelievable. There's no restrooms. That's a food safety issue, guys. It is. And then not only that, you had rodents, ground squirrels and gophers and homeless people crossing the street and going into the crop ground. Come on. Okay, there it is. You see those bushes there between the houses on the right and the farm ground beyond? That's the buffer that the city required. Disaster. Now, let me tell you about buffers. Buffers, Mr. Weinman made it very clear. His customers are his neighbors in many cases, and he was willing to modify his farming operation at his cost. Well, I can assure you, if you go out and impact other people, that's a taking of their land, and there's going to be difficulty, okay? So now everybody in the city is saying, oh, this infill is not adequate and blah, blah, blah. And I'm going to show you, this is a tractor working strawberries, which have become now a huge crop in Lompoc. Over 800 acres just in the last year. Anyway, if the city says, I'm going to show you a picture in a minute here. This is more strawberries looking west towards the ocean. Anyway, you have approved projects, and I'm going to show you a picture of what it looks like right now. You have an approved project over by Grefco, if you guys all know, that's on the east side by the river. It's a big parcel. It's listed as River Terrace by Williams Homes, correct. Sure, it's not going to take all the city's needs up, but this is what it looks like, you guys. This has an approved project through the city. It's sitting there. Why isn't it built if there's such a housing demand? Look at this mess. The landowner has to clean this up.
And it is your time, Mr. Hibbets.
Okay, I appreciate that, but I have many people that ask to donate their time to me.
Yeah, we don't do that.
Okay, I'll wind up. Anyway, bottom line is, you've made a mistake. The evidence is here. Don't repeat it. Please deny this project with, I think, properly with prejudice. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Claire Weinman, to be followed by Bob Braitman.
Good afternoon. My name is Claire Weinman. I'm the president of the Grower Shipper Association of Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo counties. We represent over 170 growers, shippers, and supporting agribusinesses that are interdependent with agriculture, including in the Lompoc Valley. We are concerned with the immediate and long-term impact of the proposed sphere of influence amendment and the impacts to both the properties proposed to be developed, but also those around them, as Commissioner Nelson mentioned. Thoughtful land use planning helps to reduce predictable land use conflicts. Farming, whether conventional or organic, is an industrial place of work that includes odor, light, noise, and dust that can create conflict, most especially with nearby housing. This is beautiful prime farmland. We urge you to protect the immediate and neighboring agricultural resources and prevent predictable land use conflicts. For these reasons and others detailed in written and spoken communications on this issue, we urge you to deny the application. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch your organization.
Yes, I'm with the Grower Shipper Association of Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo counties.
Thank you.
We will now go to Bob Braitman, to be followed by Matthew Gaines.
Dear Chair and members of the Commission, some of you may be aware that I was previously, for 20 years, the executive officer of the Santa Barbara LAFCO. And prior to that, I served for 18 years as the staff of the Ventura LAFCO. The city of Lompoc is a client of Braitman and Associates, and I have been retained by the city regarding expansion of its sphere of influence in the Bailey Avenue area. While agricultural preservation is essential to our state's future, and I made a career in LAFCO, both in Ventura and Santa Barbara counties, of doing just that, municipalities, including the city of Lompoc, need room to expand if they're to meet their mandated housing requirements and provide sufficient space for people to reside and business to thrive. establishing the city of Lompoc sphere of influence limits at Bailey Avenue could establish a stable urban rural boundary. Let me repeat that, a stable urban and rural agricultural boundary. Presently, productive agricultural property abuts the backyards of single-family homes. That's an untenable situation. The adjacent uses are incompatible, especially during certain times of the agricultural year. One of the arguments cited by opponents of this proposal is there is sufficient vacant, undeveloped land within the city's current boundaries to accommodate the city's housing needs. This raises a valid question. How much vacant land within the city boundary is enough to prevent unwarranted escalation of housing costs? Historically, supply and demand has been a factor in what developers can charge. By limiting supply of housing stock, the price of housing goes up exponentially. Moreover, given the topography of this community, there's a limited amount of non-agricultural land in the Lompoc area upon which urban uses can be built or located to achieve the city's mandated housing obligations. What is being requested at this time is expanding the sphere of influence, not an actual annexation. Once your commission expands the sphere, the city can feel confident to invest the time and effort and resources to prepare detailed plans of land uses within the sphere area. Before it presents individual annexations to LAFCO for approval, it can take into consideration the various issues that will be present and future citizens of Lompoc and Santa Barbara County. I'm available to answer any questions. I would encourage you to expand the sphere of influence so the city can proceed with its logical and orderly planning.
Thank you.
If there are any questions, I'll be available. Thank you.
We will now go to Matthew Gaines to be followed by Jack Bodger.
Good afternoon. My name is Matthew Gaines. I'm a member and representative of the International Union of Operating Engineers, local number 12. We're the crane and bulldozer people. We build, right? And we fix. As the senator mentioned, he talked about labor and he talked about apprenticeship programs. I hadn't intended to speak on it this way, but my son is an apprentice and has spent the last 2 weeks living in the Holiday Inn up the street, working for the county of Santa Barbara as an apprentice, moving mud from landslides, right? He loves being up here. And he said, Dad, there's no way I can afford to live up here, right? And I said, well, I get it. I get it. He's like all of our other members who have to live in places far, far away from nicer places because the lack of housing, right? And here we see layer and layer and layer of government trying to fix this housing problem, and we still seem to be getting nowhere. So here we have this opportunity to approve this sphere of influence and to take a step forward to explore more options on housing opportunity. There's no hard commitment here. It is one more step to say, is this feasible? Our members work 24 hours a day. They travel all over Southern California. We cover 12 different counties in Southern California. But based on the housing market, you know, we have to travel to where the work is. So we have members, and myself included. I was a traveling mechanic for many, many years, fixing roads in this county. Worked on the 101 for many years in the southern part of the county, where I still see it's being worked on. But you know, we know there's this lack of inventory. We know that there's this pain of how do we make this better for everyone? And clearly, there's a difference of opinion in this room. But we're acting like adults and we're having a civil discussion about what is the best way forward. One of the things for us is we look at you know, different funding streams and monies that come from different levels of government, and we hear the term shovel-ready jobs. We feel that, you know, as people that immediately start in these shovel-ready jobs, that we need to explore every opportunity to do things for future generations of Californians. You know, it used to be the American dream was to own a home. And it was a California golden dream to own a home. And for so many people, and you know, they're not the people that are here because they're working their second or third job today because they have to pay rent somewhere because there's no home for them to buy. And so I would just implore you, think about this opportunity you have to just take a step forward to explore more opportunity for younger generations to have the life that a lot of us have been able to achieve in this state. Thank you.
We will now go to Jack Bodger to be followed by Joyce Howerton.
Chair Hartman and the LAFCO commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My family owns the Bodger Ranch, which is one of the two properties that is under consideration for this proposal. The Bodger Ranch was designated by the California Department of Conservation as prime ag land in the 1980s. However, the productivity of the ranch has been significantly curtailed due to its close proximity to Miguelito Elementary School and residential uses which surround our property on the southern, eastern, and half of the northern boundaries. I agree that the use of pesticides and herbicides is essential to maintain high-intensity farming operations, which typically include multiple cycles of plowing, fertilizing, and pesticide sprays each growing season. Although the pesticides and herbicides currently used on our ranch are applied in full compliance with the labeled restrictions, the prevailing winds which blow from the ocean carry dust and chemical residues from our ranch into the city immediately to the east, impacting the Miguelito School and the single-family homes around our property. Based on those factors, our family decided it was not appropriate to maintain high-intensity agricultural operations next to an elementary school. As a result, we restricted the use of 40% of the Bodger Ranch to less intensive farming, growing only crops like pinto beans, which do not require the spraying of pesticides. The financial impact of doing so is substantial, and after paying property taxes, property insurance, well maintenance, and water expenses, I am not breaking even on the rents that I'm able to charge for the low input crops on the eastern part of our ranch. Due to these health and safety concerns, we do not fully utilize the land because of the immediate proximity to the elementary school. On the other hand, to the extent that we allow intensive agricultural production on the western side of the ranch, potentially harmful pesticides and herbicides continue to be used within a quarter mile of the elementary school. It is for this reason that I urge you to approve this proposal to go ahead and extend the sphere of influence west of the current city boundaries that includes our property and the other property under consideration. Thank you.
We will now go to Joyce Howerton to be followed by Steve Bridge.
Good afternoon, Joyce Howerton. So it was about 50 years ago that I first became aware of the importance of the property and the land to the west of Lompoc. And I joined a group of sort of eclectic people that was made up of farmers, environmentalists, liberals, conservatives, business owners, community members, and housing advocates. We all agreed on one thing: you don't build houses on prime farmland. When I was with the city, I always used to take visitors down to the valley when they came to Lompoc.
I'm sorry, when you were with the city?
Oh, when I was involved, I was elected official with the city of Lompoc. And I would take visitors down to the valley because I wanted to show them the beauty of the land and the lushness of all the crops. Sometimes we were fortunate enough that we would meet up with Mr. Weinman. And that was a wonderful experience for everybody because a real farmer would sit there and talk about what it's like to farm the land and the beauty of the land and the importance of the land. And he would always end his comments was, we have to protect farmland. And that fits with what LAFCO is about: protecting agriculture and open space, trying to prevent urban sprawl. Housing is a critical need in Lompoc. We've all agreed to that, even though it's already has enough infill to meet its housing needs now and for in the future. City government needs to work with property owners and the community and start thinking outside the box to meet the housing needs that we have. Excuse me. So let's see. Developing prime farmland into housing so more people can add to the 11,000 plus now commuting outside of town every day, adding to VMT and carbon emissions, killing hundreds of jobs for many people working the land, adding stress to an already overworked and understaffed public and fire department. And I could go on about traffic and water. Is this how we develop livable communities? No. Remember the Joni Mitchell song, They Paved Paradise and Put Up a Parking Lot? If you value prime farmland, if you value farm workers, if you value jobs, if you value communities where people can live and work in one area, then I strongly encourage you to deny this project. Thank you. And I would like to point out, if I had $1 for every time Vandenberg Air Force Base had a huge growth, I would be a rich woman today. Thank you.
We will now go to Steve Bridge to be followed by Brian Fallon.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Steve Bridge. I lived in Lompoc for 40 years. I've spent many hours on Arena Cycle last time, and I'm a planning commissioner, so I'm familiar with some of the development issues. Today, I'm representing myself, though. Yeah. I'm not really here to provide an opinion on Bailey Avenue corridor. That's up to you, the city, and the owners. What I would like to discuss is the criteria that you use to make the decision. I'm here to talk as a champion of social justice and equity. Social justice and equity begins with removing the bias of privilege and allowing people to retain control regardless of their social standings or economic power. Lompoc for years has experienced social injustice and a pervasive lack of equity. Lompoc is one of the largest, if not the largest, percentage of low-income individuals in the county. However, to move forward, we have to hear arguments at their core imply that local people should not be allowed to control their valley and that privileged people from outside the area should control their destiny. The people making this argument rationalize their positions using 3 outdated tropes so they can maintain their privilege. One trope is that the valley can't be trusted to protect ag land. You've heard ad nauseum on both sides of that, so I'll skip that in consideration of time. A second opinion or a second common trope is that infill is good. But what happens, engineers and planners sit down with maps to meet these artificial arena numbers, and all common sense goes out the window. Infill development costs 2 to 3 times what other approaches cost. History proves, and you've been told it several times today, developers simply cannot make money doing this, so they don't do it. We are now in a crisis of housing and homelessness. The state is making significant demands on our communities to find ways to address these needs, and simply pointing to a spot on a map and saying build there just perpetuates this failure. Also, this argument is almost always made by people who do not live in the inner city. They lived in planned communities or suburban enclaves. This is another example of systematic privilege. Finally, a common disingenuous trope is that the valley won't protect its environment. The result of this trope and the result of the county's control of the valley is mind-boggling. In our valley, it's resulting in human waste and trash in our river. It's resulting in large, close cannabis farms on our borders with odors that permeate our town. It's resulted in unusable ocean parks and delta. It has resulted in a large rock quarry scarring our hills as you drive into Lompoc from the Highway 1. And it's resulted in hundreds of acres of windmills that the local community had no say in. We live in a time of social systematic injustice and a society of haves and have-nots. So when you go back to think about the decision you have to make, I'm asking that the criteria of social justice and equity be included. I personally believe if true social justice were to prevail, The decision would not be about Bailey Corridor. The system would be to eliminate the systematic privilege injustice that is occurring and return the sphere of influence of the entire valley back to the local valley community. Thank you.
We will now go to Brian Fallon to be followed by Sally Isaacson.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of commission. My name is Brian Fallon. I'm the fire chief for the city of Lompoc. It's my pleasure here to be here today just to share my personal experiences with the challenges that we've faced with finding available housing in the city of Lompoc. Upon being hired, my first task, of course, like everyone else's, was to find some type of housing available. We exhausted all of our local options, online options through Zillow, Redfin, all of the obvious sources that we would search for, and there was nothing available within the city proper. We then expanded our search into the Vandenberg Village, still with no success. And so after several weeks, my wife and I felt we had exhausted those options and of course decided to settle more north, which was more than 35 minutes away from the city of Lompoc. In my opinion, Lompoc first and foremost simply just needs more housing. Market's tight, whether it be single family homes or condominiums. Of course, our preference was for single family residents. There's a lot of discussion these days about how important it is to minimize commute times, and I have to agree with that. And as you can appreciate as chief, there's a lot of value in being local in the community that you're working for, and being more than 35 minutes away obviously presents an issue with that. And I think it's worth noting, he isn't here to speak for himself, but I know he would appreciate this, is our police chief and our local PD also finds himself in a similar situation with our police chief also living more than 35 minutes away from the city of Lompoc. So I'm here today just to urge you to give us the green light, allow the city to explore this boundary expansion. My understanding that this is simply the first step that would allow Lompoc and the region to consider options, weigh the benefits and impacts, and that the ultimate decision for annexation, of course, would come later. This seems fair to me, and as I said, there simply isn't enough housing available for those who wish to live and to work there. Thank you for your consideration.
We will now go to Sally Isaacson to be followed by Ken Huff.
Hello, Supervisor Hartman and commissioners. I was going to possibly be on jury duty, therefore I submitted the letter by email, but since I'm here, I'm going to read it. Dear LAFCO commissioners and Supervisor Hartman, I've lived in Santa Barbara County since 1973 and have been involved in agriculture along Highway 1 between Gaviota and Lompoc for most of that time. I've watched the growth and changes in the city of Lompoc for almost 50 years, and all of that has not been good. When I first married and moved to the area, we could safely drive our cattle across Highway 1 without a police escort. I remember with the help of neighbors driving bulls across and one pickup on each end of the situation during a quiet time of day. But today that would be suicidal. I live close to Highway 1 and am awakened by traffic at 5 a.m. each morning, and often by the roar of semis which travel the road at night. Traffic starts up again here at 4 p.m. as thousands of commuters return to their bedroom community of Lompoc. I have had 4 vehicles fly off Highway 1 and roll over into my cattle pasture during the last few years. And there have been a number of recent fatalities on this road recently too. Highway 1 and Highway 246 are both dangerous highways, and they're the arteries that connect Lompoc with the workplaces of a lot of its residents. The loss of prime farmland has been a serious issue for years. Flat areas along river valleys, excuse me, have often been chosen for development at the expense of agriculture. These areas tend to have prime alluvial soils that are desirable for agriculture. Lompoc was founded as an agricultural community, and the city would do well to respect and honor its roots. Agriculture provides many jobs in the Lompoc Valley for workers who don't need to commute. They spend their money in the city, send their kids to schools within the school district, and visit local restaurants and doctors. Grocery stores, schools, restaurants, and medical offices provide more jobs within the city. If houses replace the productive agricultural fields, it goes without saying that many of their occupants will join the daily rat race southward. Santa Barbara needs to provide affordable housing for its own workers, and it should not rely on Lompoc to do this. Sacrificing of prime farmland to grow even more houses should not be an option.
And that is your time.
Okay, well, I have lots of statistics, and if you have my letter, you could read those too. Thank you.
We will now go to Ken Huff to be followed by Frankie Caldiera.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Ken Huff, Executive Director of Santa Barbara County Action Network. SBCAN works to preserve our environmental and agricultural resources and to create sustainable communities. For all of its 21 years, SBCAN has helped lead the opposition to the development of the Bailey Corridor because it would have such a severe detrimental impact on the area's unique community identity and agricultural viability. SBCAN was in the past and is currently represented by Environmental Defense Center on this issue. I hope you've carefully reviewed EDC's December 7th letter and the January 31st letter, because they clearly articulate the many compelling reasons for denial of this expansion. As you heard, in 1999, LAFCO denied Lompoc's first attempt to amend its SOI for 272 acres. And then when in 2008, the city applied to concurrently amend its SOI and annex the Bailey properties, county planning and development staff made clear in many letters that the same concerns that caused the previous denial remained. The county declined to enter into a memorandum of understanding with the city, and so that proposal died. Today, the same issues remain. Conflicts between residential and agricultural uses continue and would be exacerbated by development along Bailey. One thing that has changed is there are new regional housing needs allocation numbers that both the city and the county need to address and meet. The county has not targeted this area for housing to meet its allocations, and the city doesn't need to either. I want to draw your attention to attachment B to EDC's letter of December 7th. And that attachment is a presentation made by the city of Lompoc's own housing consultant, Mintir Harnish. And it details all the ways that the regional housing needs allocation can be met within the existing city limits. And perhaps if the city of Lompoc and all the realtors and loan officers who wrote letters of support would put their collective energy on these infill opportunities instead of focusing so intently on Bailey, maybe the housing needs could be better met. SBCAN urges your commission to reject the city of Lompoc's SOI application and protect the prime ag land and maintain the area's rural character and identity. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have a question for Mr. Huff. I got the earlier letter and I got DLA Piper's response to the January 31st letter, but somehow didn't get the January 31st letter. Do you have an extra copy to give the clerk?
I do have a copy of it. You did get it. It is in the packet.
I confess a level of technological incompetence that might stagger you, sir, but I didn't find it.
Okay, thank you.
We will now go to Frankie Caldiera to be followed by Nicholas Gonzalez.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commission members. I'm going to go ad lib a little bit because a lot of this was already said, so I'm going to try to come at it from a different angle. But I'm a 30-year-old CPA, MBA, and resident of Lompoc. We moved there when I was 13. My dad was in the Air Force Base, and so we came to Vandenberg. And as a naive 18-year-old, I never wanted to come back. I went off to college, wanted to experience the world, but my time away made me realize how special Lompoc was. So when I was 25, I decided I wanted to come back. And like has previously been said, I wanted housing, and I had saved for years to be able to put down a down payment and could not find housing. I'm one of the lucky ones that had fortunate parents who let me live there and let me stalk Zillow and Redfin until I got lucky and I was able to find a house. A lot of my peers in my generation don't have that opportunity. I would be remiss if I said I wasn't lucky, and it's only through my parents and the privilege that I have that I was able to buy a home in Lompoc. And it is very troubling to me that we are robbing the opportunity of my generation to experience this and contribute to this wonderful town. So one other thing that I just want to add is that the impact that this would have to our schools. It would increase our average daily attendance. It would bring those students to Lompoc, and average daily attendance is purely how our schools are funded. And as many of you may know, our schools in Lompoc need a lot of help. And so any funding that we can give to them is beneficial. So with that, I just urge you to approve this amendment. Thank you very much.
We will now go to Nick Gonzalez, to be followed by Splendoria.
Hello, my name's Nick Gonzalez. I'm a resident of Lompoc for 55 years, with the exception of a short period in which I went off to school. I'm a direct descendant of a farm labor camp that was on Mr. Bodger's land. I picked flowers for 1 penny a stalk, 12 cents a dozen. So as we speak, the county of Santa Barbara and the city of Lompoc are both preparing to do amendments to their general plan to incorporate environmental justice. The days of protecting the polluter is a period of the past. The days of preserving the economic interest solely on the basis of the farmer is going to change to preserving the health and the social economic welfare of the entire community. I say that because there will be new environmental justice policies that will require careful examination of the potential conflicts that we've heard of today. And it will allow for there to be housing and for a reduction of some of the impacts that we've discussed that will favor the expansion of the sphere of influence. What is the reality? A picture speaks 1,000 words. We saw hundreds of acres in a video by Mr. Hibbets. We saw 1 tractor and 1 person. What we've done in what I consider an injustice is we've preserved a substantial amount of land for the benefit of a very few handful of people at the cost of the community as a whole. Today, the average farmer can no longer afford to live in Lompoc without living in severe overcrowding and substantial economic constraint. Today, the pay, as much as they tell you is good, is not, because a vast majority will no longer work at the wages in those environments, to the point where we are now utilizing in our community the H-2A program to a substantial extent. I have deep farm roots. All my family comes from farming. I respect my farmers. I respect that, but things are becoming different. We have a dramatic need for housing. We have a more dramatic need to reduce the conflicts that farming bring with our adjoining community. But we have even a bigger need to create policies that are more equitable for everyone, and not just one industry, and not just a handful of people that control that industry. I urge you to take into consideration the upcoming policy changes that will occur and approve the sphere of influence, and then incorporate those policies when and if more requests come down the pipe. Thank you.
We will now go to Splendorio, to be followed by Maria Aguiniga.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Splendorio. Excuse me. I'm the public member of Alameda County LAFCO, and I've served in that position for the last 17 years. I'm an attorney during the day. I represent one of the Bailey Avenue property owners in a project in Northern California. However, at night and on weekends, I'm a vineyard owner in the beautiful Livermore Valley wine country. I'm the only agriculturalist and have been on my LAFCO. Over the years, I've participated in many decisions that try to balance Alameda County growth against infrastructure needs, open space preservation, and agricultural preservation. I was asked to provide my thoughts on this SOI application before you. I would approve it. Alameda County isn't only Oakland. Most of Alameda County's land is rangeland, forest, open space, and agriculture. Remember the windmills that you drive over the Altamont? That's Alameda County. Almost every city has an urban growth boundary in my county. A voter-approved measure severely limits urbanization of county land. The intent is for land into city the intent is for growth to occur in cities. Yet we often approve SOI changes and annexations of county land into cities while protecting our agriculture and open space. We also deny annexations. We remove and we change SOIs often. Our guiding legislation tells us that all LAFCOs are charged with balancing California's orderly growth and development against sprawl, efficient infrastructure, and preservation of open space and prime ag. I believe my charge ultimately is to preserve and enhance our residents' quality of life. That's what I think your charge is. As you're presented by those opposing this application, it may seem that intensive ag and housing are incompatible. They are not incompatible. The ag-urban interface can be managed so that farming continues profitably and cities grow, providing sustainable housing to their residents. The easiest decision you can make is to draw a line and say, good. My experience is that through thoughtful mitigation and buffers, you can lead to sustainable, profitable farming while accommodating a growing population in a socially just way. If you approve this SOI amendment, your work will only begin. If you want to preserve Santa Barbara ag as I do, and provide for Lompoc's residents with the quality of life that they deserve as I do, you should guide the stakeholders towards success. If you deny this application, you will leave the hard work for another day and another set of commissioners. But as the testimony in the record shows today, the problems of accommodating housing and sustainable profitable ag will not go away. Our housing crisis isn't going anyway soon. By approving this SOI, you aren't selecting between ag and housing. You're allowing both to succeed. Thank you very much.
We will now go to Maria Aguiniga, to be followed by Luis Castaneda.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and Commissioners. My name is Maria Aguiniga. I have lived in Lompoc since 1977, except going off to college and came back shortly after. My family lives in Lompoc. I raised my children in Lompoc. They attended local schools. I also have a business in Lompoc, and I'm a real estate broker in Lompoc. I felt compelled to come today because last meeting, one of the commissioners asked, so what does Lompoc people think about all this? And as a Lompocian who is there every single day and interacting with several other community members, I can tell you that the majority, if not all, of Lompoc will support the amendment to the sphere of influence that the city is requesting from you today. As a real estate broker, we all have heard shortage of housing. Just want to give you a statistic. I just looked up our local MLS, and there's only 27 residential listings for sale as of today in Lompoc. So having said that, due to lack of housing, therefore lack of rentals, the rents have skyrocketed in the last. I have this, I would like to submit this form, is the fair market rent increases from 2010 to 2023. And you can see they have more than double. And I believe this is a direct consequence for Lompoc not being allowed to grow. You know, we have outsiders. For many times we have outsiders coming into our town, coming before you, telling you that we cannot take away ag land. We're not asking to take away all the ag land. We just want a piece of it in order to allow us to continue to become a healthy community. We need growth. And I think that this would be a great compromise in allowing Lompoc to be able to decide, what happens with that land. Also, I would like to speak as to the infill. A lot of people are here saying, let's do some infill. I bet you a lot of those people that want infill don't even live within city limits. They're living out in Vandenberg Village, Mesa Oaks, the country club, but not within the city. And if you look at infill, a lot of my clients, a lot of my family members, a lot of people I know who own their homes, it's not economically feasible for them to build a second unit or build overall. They're barely making their house payments. And like Nicholas mentioned, a lot of the ag workers in our area have been displaced by the H-2A workers. And that's sad because my parents were agricultural workers, and seeing family members and people I know being displaced, it's devastating, not just to families, but to our community as well. And my time's over. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Luis Castaneda, to be followed on Zoom by Nadia Abushinab. We will now go to Zoom with Nadia Abushinab, to be followed by Brandon Bridge.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Nadia Abushanab. I am the advocacy director for SB Santa Barbara County Action Network. And for the many reasons others have already articulated today, SB urges you to deny the application for the Sphere of Influence Amendment. As many have already stated, this land is prime agricultural land and should be protected to the greatest extent possible. It's true that you wouldn't be approving any development today if you approve the SOI amendment, but as the city themselves have already pointed out, this is simply the first step towards annexation and then conversion and development. So I believe all the related impacts should be considered. And there are plenty of vacant, undeveloped infill parcels already within Lompoc city limits that could be developed into housing. And just because these parcels have failed to be developed in the past does not mean that we should throw our collective hands in the air and open all prime agricultural land up for development. Building within existing city limits makes it more likely that those units will be closer to existing services. This helps reduce the county's overall vehicle miles traveled and emissions. And housing built within city limits is also more likely to be affordable and more appropriate for the local workforce. Again, SB urges you to deny the application in favor of protecting prime agricultural land, promoting infill development within the city limits. Thank you.
We will now go to Brandon Bridge, to be followed by Robert Watchman. Brandon.
Hello, are you able to hear me now?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Dias Board, LAFCO, thank you for your time. I also want to extend a thank you towards Jeff, City Attorney, for coming and speaking on our behalf, along with Gilda. It's funny, as name after name was kind of mentioned, our chief, Fallon, having coffee with Joe, our police chief, him talking about having rented for years and years. The planned growth that our community had done by building out the services such as plumbing, those things aren't lost on me when I have, say, Wednesday breakfast with Campbell, because these aren't just places, they're actually people that are part of our community. They're real. So as I walk past Howerton's house, old house, I to pick up my kids, thinking about wonder what house they'd maybe be able to buy. I thought about the ag land that I have. Thought to myself, not going to farm on it. Then I laughed that we extend a greater protection to bees and pesticide protection. So we listened to opinions. They were nice. We heard facts from the farmer saying he does not use it as prime land. And we've gone through this continually. And I think a little bit of respect should be extended back to the community for us to be able to try and be stewards of our growth, to be farmers or to be developers or whatever it may mean, besides just having buffers that serve as homeless encampments, to unused, not prime used ag land. I think all the facts have been very clear. We kind of have a urgency here in growth. And as a homeowner, I'm looking at my infill opportunities and I go, I don't really want to. I, as a community member, believe this is the best case and best path forward. We quickly put cannabis up against our borders, and that met ag, but you didn't think about the true sustenance and sustainability of that. And we couldn't really feed ourselves on cannabis, could we? So when you step back and think about this social justice, this proper growth, the rights and wrongs, wherever you fall, just try and grow with the community, not chasing it, not being a dog wagged by the tail. Try and be conscious that we are here in town. I'm sitting on Zoom 3 hours in Lompoc while this meeting that you took opinions from, the people of SB who are not in our community. Tell you why we shouldn't grow or be able to provide housing to the homeless people in our community. So just if anything, thank you for your time today.
Thank you. For those 3 hours you sat waiting.
Thank you.
We will now go to Robert Watchman to be followed by Maggie Hall.
Hi, my name is Robert Walkman. I'm a retiree, only lived here in Lompoc for a little over 3 years. And I have a rather, I guess, selfish value or view to share with you, just in your consideration of all the factors. One of my favorite things to do for exercise is to ride my bicycle, and I live up on the hill, Sheffield Drive, off of 7th Street, and I ride my bicycle all the way out Olive to Bailey. And one of my favorite things along that ride is to enjoy the frequently planted beautiful commercial flowers that grow along that area. And it would be, and I also sometimes take pictures there, and I've seen countless other people stopping in their cars and take pictures of themselves, et cetera, with the beautiful flowers behind. And from my, I guess, selfish point of view, I would hate to see that lost, for the flower fields to be converted to houses. So that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will now go to Maggie Hall, who will be followed by Alicia Rossler, who is our final speaker.
Good afternoon. I'm Maggie Hall, Senior Attorney at the Environmental Defense Center, and I'm speaking today on behalf of Santa Barbara County Action Network. As detailed in our comment letter submitted along with 10 local agricultural and conservation signatories, the Bailey Avenue SOI amendment must be denied. I will address why the proposal is flatly inconsistent with the laws and policies governing LAFCO, and EDC's Alicia Rossler will cover why approval would violate the California Environmental Quality Act. First, the proposal fails to conserve prime farmland as required by both the Cortez-Knox-Hertzberg Act and LAFCO policy. Instead, it would enable nearly 150 acres of unique prime farmland to be converted to residential use. And one of LAFCO's primary purposes is to preserve prime farmland. SOI policy states that prime farmland quote, should be maintained in agriculture and in general should not be included in an urban sphere of influence. Second, the proposal fails to prioritize development on vacant urban and non-prime land. The county's analysis shows that the project's purpose could be achieved through numerous smaller structures on existing vacant urban land without the need to amend the SOI. It is critical to prioritize such infill development in order to avoid additional sprawl. The SOI does not ameliorate conflicts between urban areas and agriculture. Rather, it will bring thousands more residents next to existing agricultural operations. Therefore, this proposal only increases environmental justice concerns. Third, the proposal fails to promote orderly growth by creating additional housing with no long-term employment, thereby exacerbating the jobs housing imbalance. In addition, the proposal undermines the agricultural viability of neighboring farmlands, making additional conversion more likely. Finally, the city cannot rely on commitments to obtain ag conservation easements to justify approval. The plain language of applicable law and policy does not permit offsite ag easements as a basis for converting prime farmland. Rather, the law provides prime farmland to be preserved where it exists. Thank you.
We will now go to Alicia Rossler, who is our final speaker.
Good afternoon. I'm Alicia Rossler, Senior Attorney at the Environmental Defense Center, testifying today on behalf of Santa Barbara County Action Network. Approval of the proposal would violate the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, for three primary reasons. First, contrary to the staff report, as the responsible agency, LAFCO is required to reach its own independent conclusions as to the adequacy of the city's CEQA documents. To that end, LAFCO must make its own findings regarding the SOI proposal, such as the feasibility of alternatives that would avoid impacts, among other things. LAFCO's failure to make independent findings supported by facts in the record prior to approval would violate CEQA. Second, the EIR fails to consider reasonably foreseeable impacts. It's important to understand that the SOI establishes the boundary that allows for the conversion of farmland. When future development is reasonably foreseeable, as is the case here, CEQA requires that the impacts from that development must be disclosed and analyzed now.
I just looked at it.
Not deferred to later. Yet the final EIR fails to consider the reasonably foreseeable impacts from future development of the proposal, even though the staff report acknowledges that the city's EIR, quote, estimated build-out potential for this area is 2,184 single-family units, 534 multifamily units, and 228,700 commercial square feet. Courts have held that reasonably foreseeable impacts must be considered even when the lead agency had not formally decided precisely how the site would be developed. In this case, the future development of Bailey Avenue is reasonably foreseeable and must be analyzed as part of the SOI proposal. LAFCO cannot take action without first analyzing the reasonably foreseeable impacts that will result from the conversion of 148 acres of prime ag land to urban development. Third and last, the final EIR fails to consider feasible alternatives that avoid significant impacts to prime ag land. The final EIR identified a significant Class 1 impact due to the loss of prime ag land at Bailey Avenue. CEQA prohibits a project from being approved if there are feasible alternatives that avoid or substantially lessen the significant impacts of a project. Here, there is ample evidence of vacant, urban, and non-prime land within the city's existing SOI that would eliminate the Class 1 impacts to ag and still fulfill the project's stated objective to create housing for the city of Lompoc. However, LAFCO has failed to analyze feasible project alternatives that avoid these Class 1 ag impacts. Accordingly, the project must be denied. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Hartman and members of the commission, we have one final speaker who has requested to speak. We will now go on Zoom to Paul Van Leer, who is our final speaker.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, fellow commissioners. My name is Paul Van Leer. I'm the Chair of the County Agriculture Advisory Committee. I would think approval of this project would threaten unique and important prime farmland, undermine the local ag production. I would like to see an updated, complete analysis of current undeveloped land within the city's boundaries before an SOI is allowed. And going elsewhere to replace this land one-to-one or like for like, it's just not feasible. The class 1 prime soils in these locations are irreplaceable. Also, as stated, emergency services are proven to be inadequate to serve these parcels. So for these reasons, I would ask you to deny this spirit ambulance request until there's further analysis and actual land identified that can be used for the one-to-one replacement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Hartman and members of the commission, that was our final speaker.
All right, so we're back to the commission. Are there any questions for staff or for applicants or I'm not sure if Mr. Clement is here, but for the county? Commissioner Geyer.
I think my question is for LAFCO Council. When we hear about the arena numbers, to be compliant with arena numbers, am I correct that the city only has to provide the rezone for it? They don't have to provide the actual build out to be compliant with RENA?
Madam Chair, Mr. Geyer, I believe that's correct. I don't know if Mr. Prater has more detailed response to that, but although I know the state's turning up the heat in a lot of different ways, but I still think that's the basic thing to fulfill your requirement.
So the state's requiring the incentive to build, not the requirement to actually build.
I don't think the city can force anybody to build. It's, you can only do so much. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Commissioner Patino.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. How much, and I don't know if I missed this or not, but how much vacant land infill does Lompoc actually have?
Should we invite the applicant up to answer that question?
Yeah, let's have the city.
I don't know. Thank you, Chair. I don't know if we have the number of acres right now, but I do know that there is a map in the city's general plan housing update that was referenced by the speakers. It's on page 10 of the Envision Lompoc Housing Element and Technical General Plan update that's in the record. It's a map like this that I think was attached to some of the comment letters that shows in red outline the vacant parcels that the city is proposing to include in the housing element as infill.
I'm reasonably certain that I included that document, gave it to our EOs. It should be somewhere in the record.
So Commissioner Patino, I think we have a map, but we don't have acreage estimate at this time.
Okay, and then what about the public water and the service for water and sewer facilities? Is that adequate to service whatever is being proposed?
Madam Chair, Executive Officer, in our review and analysis of the municipal service review for water and wastewater, we have deemed the city have adequate services that would meet the needs of this site.
Okay, and then my third question is, how wide are those buffers now? Between the farmland and residential.
Well, looking around, sorry, Madam Chair. The question being the existing buffer?
Yes,
What is
existing buffers.
I would defer that to the applicant.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If we're referring to the buffers that are currently existing on the developed portion of the east side of Bailey Avenue and Briar Creek development, I believe that is a 200-foot buffer. And our city general plan does require that that 200-foot buffer get extended down Bailey if there were to be development down Bailey.
200 feet or more? 200 feet or wider, I should say.
But that's correct, 200 feet at least.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Osborne.
Just to answer a question, it may not be acreage, but the complete total and number of infill homes that will be built on the current available infill property that is approved and in part of our RENA numbers is nearly 900 homes. So I have a couple questions for the city that I think would help clarify some of the random statements made. If someone from the city of Lompoc could be prepared to answer these. First, what is the population of Lompoc?
44,000.
And what is its square miles?
I don't have that answer, do we?
It's about 11 square miles, 10 to 11 square miles. And somebody's done the density numbers. So how dense are we as a result of being 40,000 people squared in 11 square miles?
I'm going to refer that question to our planning manager or community development director if he can.
Our density based on our population and our square mileage, square miles. I know we've done the homework, guys, come on. So anyway, it is very, very dense compared to every other major city. And we're the third largest, and yet we are 40,000 people. So urban sprawl is not an issue in Lompoc. I have taken Chair Hartman up to the top of Lookout Point, and you can see all of our community in one look. So the next question I have is the discussion of flooding, stormwater that came off our landfill that flooded the property. We have a plan in the city of Lompoc to address that issue and have yet to be able to actually break ground and start working on that, correct?
Yes.
Yes. So that will be addressed, and we are sad that we weren't able to address that sooner, but we are on a limited budget. The next question I have is, so we've got these RENA numbers. Our last presentation in December by our planning department and our consultant says with the current RENA numbers we were issued, we would meet those numbers with the current planned infill developments if they build. My question is that enough housing? I think.
Well, according to the formula that maybe that SBCAG uses, we've zoned enough to meet the RENA allocation that we got. Is that enough housing for the potential future growth of Lompoc? Probably not.
And I already know it's not, because SBCAG received a notice from the state upon submitting that we've all agreed to their numbers saying, oops, we forgot and we dropped nearly 2,500 homes from the area. So we're not going to make you address that now, but in the coming 8-year cycle, we will add that on top of whatever the new numbers are. So we're already under planning and we need to start planning now. So an SOI allows us to start doing that planning. And so the last question I have for you is the applicants that came to the city and we are representing, are those individuals owners, farmers?
They're the owners of the land.
And they have farmers.
Yes.
Right. So they no longer have a desire to farm. They no longer realize a value in farming there and have seen that the best value is to provide the demand of housing. So I would say to those that are the farming community that talk to your own if that's the issue. I thank you for answering my questions, and I just have a few more comments that I'll hold back when we're ready for input.
Commissioner Stark, your light is on.
Oh, that was a mistake.
And do we have any questions from our commissioners on Zoom? Then I guess we are ready to start deliberations. Mayor Osborne, would you like to go first?
Sure. It's going to come as a surprise to a lot of you that I'm going to quote a prior board of supervisor who's also a farmer, Peter Adam, who used to talk about counties shrink and cities grow. So I start from that point. I am trying to respect the balance of my role here on LAFCO, but also looking at where are we going with the future of this community? I consistently hear how we need to protect ag land. But at the same time, I'm demanded that I honor the fact that we are an ag community. And I will tell you, my biggest concern right now about honoring our ag roots is by making sure that we break the cycle of generational poverty that these workers are mired in due to the lack of appropriate housing and not just housing, but their next generation jobs, being able to break out of always working and farming. What do their kids want? And then those kids going to school. The condition of our local schools is directly impacted by the type of housing we have in our community and that property tax funding back into the school systems. So we have created, myself as part of being in leadership role, our prior leadership, this leadership, county leadership, state and federal, have created a cycle of poverty that's generational, and we need to break that cycle. No matter how much is already on the books, we have to plan for the next generation and break that. I can't see delaying this with the idea that in 8 years we can deal with this if it's truly. That is a failure on this group from 1998, and we can't go back that. Lompoc no longer the Lompoc of 1998. We are the Lompoc of 2023, and we desperately need to move into the 21st century before it's gone. I make this appeal. I am not shy about it. I've spoken about it on a regular basis that we are a community that is dominated by 30% low income Section 8 housing. The market houses go for cash at $500,000 that were built in the 1940s and still need $500,000 work done to them. You heard my fire chief can't find a house in my town. My police chief just retired after 7 years of renting because he couldn't find a house. So we have an ongoing issue, and it's not just us trying to land grab. I hate that there is politics of it's a land grab. I am literally trying to transform a community that means it can survive into the next century and not be dependent on county services, Section 8 housing, or jobs in South County. And I want that commute to end too. My husband commutes for 22 years to Goleta. But there are jobs actually coming. I have actually been at all the meetings on the base. The jobs are coming. And what you're going to create is a reverse commute where the greenhouse gases and our air quality in Lompoc is destroyed because they're driving into the community, driving through it to go to the jobs on South Base, and then driving home and again, continuing that. So I simply ask that whatever the conditions are, look at them, put them on, move the SOI forward, because it's time to break the cycle on so many levels of the rhetoric that's been attached to this section, especially given the owners do not want to farm anymore. The community needs opportunities to grow, to welcome new jobs and keep them in town and not create a reversed VMT issue. I will stop there because it's come through and everybody knows my bias before I ever got up here, and I'm okay with it.
So I don't see any more lights right here on the dais. On Zoom, either Commissioner Patino or Williams, are you ready to make your contribution?
I have nothing further to say. Thank you.
Commissioner Williams?
Yeah, I'll just say that the information presented about the jobs housing imbalance of Lompoc is today was obviously really different than the experience that is currently the situation or in the past. And so I'm open to having my mind changed someday that it would be good planning to have this kind of sphere of influence. But I don't see without a more of an effort for urban infill in Lompoc, and without the jobs, right now they're jobs based on some things that we don't know whether they're going to happen or not. And so I can't support a sphere of influence application at this time. because I feel that what it would do is do the opposite of good planning, which is increase VMT and
Okay, Commissioner Freeman?
So I'm a special district. I'm a voting member of LAFCO. I'm representing special districts. I'm on the Isla Vista Community Service District. I've lived in Santa Barbara County for like 23 years, moved here for university, but I'm not from here. I grew up in single family suburbs in the Midwest, in what amounts to sprawl around the city of Chicago. We seriously call it the Greater Chicagoland area. I now live in South County, in a dense college town, and I am the epitome of the privilege described earlier. However, I also have some connections with Lompoc. Moving here, my best friend, who came to be the person who came to be my best friend when I came to college, has felt like a brother to me. I'm an only child, is the closest thing I have to a brother. This new chosen family is where I've spent holidays, Christmases and Thanksgivings over the years, and they all live in Lompoc and Vandenberg Village. I have no party affiliations and no longer have any political aspirations. I also have no previous voting record on this issue. In fact, in particular, I have a lot of sympathy for the city, and I appreciate why the city council fights for this. Whether or not this is approved, it will come back. It is extremely fitting that today is Groundhog Day. For people who don't notice the reference to the movie. I also represent a community that argued with LAFCO and itself brought its issue before LAFCO for decades. Well, I see a city that has been forced to approve sales tax hikes to become economically viable in the short term, but that only goes so far. Their jobs and economic expansion, the jobs and economic expansion that we see and we're discussing today is largely external and won't lead to continue like an increase through that path. We've gone this like people working at the Vandenberg Air Force Base, for example. We've gone through some extreme. I also see we've gone through some extreme inflation recently. So Prop 13, which is the moral equivalent of rent control for people who own housing, uses the Fed inflation target of 2% as an inflation cap. And so I now see a city that likely is experiencing the reality of decreased revenue in real dollars, not nominal dollars, for a continued existence of its same number of people who are there. I also appreciate why the infill development hasn't happened. I have been in the past somebody who's poked at the infill, and I've talked to a lot of people, and I see why it's not happening. But frankly, continual growth isn't a long-term fix. You get more people, and you're going to need more service workers. This housing gets built, and people are going to come to work at Vandenberg, which is going to expand. And then what? We're going to need more housing. The thing that I'm just not hearing in any of these discussions is a long-term sustainable strategy for the future of Lompoc. And the reality, at least to me, is that this incremental housing isn't enough. If this housing that we're going to look at today existed tomorrow, Lompoc is still going to need more housing. And for better or for worse, LAFCO is all about the long term. We exist to prevent any long-range, far future regret. For what it's worth, I do agree. We're not required to deny this today. However, I will point out that as far as I could tell, DLA Piper is citing the wrong area of the law. 56668 is, as far as I know, about annexation, not sphere of influence applications. And as noted by our staff correctly, the appropriate code is 56425. And this section focuses on much more limited trade-offs. We're supposed to focus on long-range organization and guiding development away from prime ag land. I do understand that this land's position is problematic, and that being next to houses and schools limits its ag use. But I'd posit maybe that housing shouldn't have been there, and continued westward expansion won't fix any of that. After building this housing, we'll have the same issue of dealing with buffers and dealing with pesticide usage to the ag land to the west. If we build on all of our ag land, we're taking this away from our legacy, and we're taking this away from our children. And the brutal reality of LAFCO is that we allocate resources. We look at two cities that are somewhat nearby to each other, and we decide which gets to grow. And so our decisions can legitimately create great pain. Based on the totality of the discussion and our policies, along with numerous long discussions with both sides and consultation with people I know who live in Lompoc, I'm voting against today's sphere of influence change. But I will say this decision wasn't easy and doesn't make me happy.
Thank you. I Commissioner Stark.
Um, there are two things that I don't like about this process, and one thing I do like about this process. The first thing I don't like the CEQA review. I'm an old OG CEQA lawyer, and I believe the purpose of CEQA is to inform you reasonably, not to delay the project, not to obfuscate. And I think we got precious little information that is really directly useful to us as far as making this decision out of the general plain EIR and the respective addendums. I think we could probably get away and win a lawsuit because I think that the CEQA is good enough to get us by a sphere of influence determination, which after all, the annexation is going to be subject to up-to-date modern CEQA with all the requirements that are required, and the city will have to comply with it, as will we. But I'm troubled by the sort of lack of transparency in the documentation that we got and the lack of specificity, which I think would have been more helpful. The second thing that bothers me is similar. I don't particularly like getting what I think are the very useful documents that we got from the city manager and from the property owners, which gives a real good indication what the intentions are, what the city's plight is 2 days before the hearing. I don't really understand why we couldn't have gotten the basic information 3 months ago, 2 months ago, and had a lot of time for not only us, but the experts out in the community to take a look at it. That being said, it wouldn't give me a great deal of heartburn to approve this for the very reason that I just said. We have to do CEQA. It has to be informative, and then we have to sort of make the determinations that we're required to make on the basis of hopefully is a fully fleshed out development proposal, so we know what, exactly what kind of development, what density is proposed to go where, what the buffers are that are proposed, the effectiveness of the mitigation and stuff like that. So I can go either with a denial without prejudice or an approval without prejudice, one way or the other. But one thing I would like to leave you with, I'm quite disappointed that there was not a real agreement between the county and the city about what to do about this ongoing persistent problem of having a decent boundary between the agriculture and the residential development. This is something that cries out, in my view, for collaboration, which is, I think, the best practices that can be done. I would urge my colleagues and those in a larger community to take another shot at this before this comes back one way or the other.
Seeing no lights, I guess I'll go next. And I did prepare some remarks. Agriculture is Santa Barbara County's largest economic sector, with gross production equal to about $2 billion. And that value is going up each year, up 5% between 2021 and 22, despite issues related to labor, water, and climate. And I might mention that increasingly agriculture is being mechanized. And so even grapes are being harvested now by machinery. And the jobs associated with that, we don't have enough people, and it's $100,000 a year job. They're desperately recruiting from out of the area for those kinds of jobs. Santa Barbara County ranks in the top 1% of counties in the U.S. in the value of agricultural production. And this includes nuts, salad bowl crops, and berries, the most nutritious foods that people are urged to eat more of for their health. So I don't think this is elitist. I think this is how we all eat. We've heard from many agriculturalists today and have a letter in the record from Ms. Weinman about the exceptional quality of the land along Bailey Avenue. It is the soils, loam soils, which are class 1 on the Soil Capability Index and 100 on a 100-point story index rating, as well as the microclimate, which is moister, cooler, and more overcast than other areas of Santa Barbara County, making it among the most fertile areas in all of California, with less need for irrigation. And this surprised me, 1/2 to 3/4 less, she said, than standard. So I don't think this is easily mitigated in a 1-to-1 and including the buffer in the mitigation. I grew up in Southern California. Through 1955, Los Angeles was the top agricultural county in the United States. I lived there then and watched as orange groves and truck farms disappeared to subdivisions, low density subdivisions. Yes, housing and homelessness are serious, critical issues for us here, but eating up our agricultural land with more very low density subdivisions is not the answer. Southern California's problems with housing and homelessness, despite all the building, are greater and more intractable than ours. I began my political career in Santa Barbara County by fighting a proposal to expand the city of Buellton's sphere of influence. They wanted to expand by 6-fold. We terminated that study, and that was against the LAFCO director at the time's desires. And we went on to pass an urban growth boundary that requires a vote of the residents before the city can expand its boundaries. So that does give the citizens a real voice. It's been in effect for 15 years and has led to infill development and far greater attention to planning what kind of growth the city seeks for the future. After we passed this, we started a visioning process so that people really could do what my colleague, what the vice chair here, Freeman, suggested, which is having a more comprehensive vision. If it weren't just so piecemeal, I would be much more inclined. But this is low density housing. We've talked about a need for starter homes, for a range of kinds of housing. And we don't have that vision here. So it is just a piecemeal approach. And so what happens when you place something in an SOI, when you bring agricultural land into a sphere of influence? What happened in Buellton when this was proposed is speculators start going around knocking on doors saying, I'll offer you more money because when this does come in, I'm going to make a lot of money. When it comes into the city boundary, I'm going to make a lot of money. So placing agricultural land into a sphere of influence and then later annexing them raises their value so that the last product farmers grow is houses and condos. Up on the projection on the screen, you'll see that the areas outlined in pink are lands that are under Williamson contract. The Bailey Avenue parcels proposed for inclusion in the Lompoc SOI are particularly at risk because they are surrounded by parcels under Williamson Act contract. That means that the owners commit to keeping this land in agriculture for a set period of time in exchange for reduced tax payments. The states used to compensate the county for this money, but when the state pulled back, Santa Barbara County continued with the program, foregoing tax dollars because the county deems agriculture of such great significance here. This factor, being surrounded by contracted lands, is particularly significant. It attests to the agricultural value of the land. It also suggests the risk of allowing urban development. Both parcels proposed for the SOI would be surrounded on two sides by agricultural land. Their economic value immediately shoots up. Urban land is worth more than ag zone land, and that puts pressure to take the Williamson Act parcels out of contract in expectation that they too will be developed. It will start a cascading effect of taking land out of agriculture. This SOI expansion proposal really compromises the physical and economic integrity of agricultural lands as defined by section 560116 in the government code. It's not just the land value, but the pressure of conflicts. On two sides, you have noise and dust and fertilizer and chemicals and people at work early in the morning and late into the evening during planting and harvest. Strawberries are grown on some lands, and farmers use wind machines to keep them warm when temperatures drop. My office gets all these complaints from irate homeowners who did not appreciate the conflicts when they first purchased their land. Many are very angry and feel duped. In addition, homes directly adjacent to agricultural lands create nuisances, as we heard, for agriculture as well. All these pressures work against keeping the land in agriculture. Both LAFCO and the county have strong policies encouraging the preservation of agricultural land, and this proposal certainly conflicts with those policies. LAFCO does have to balance the need for housing and jobs against the directive to protect agricultural lands. So it asks for a showing by the entity proposing to convert the lands to show that no other housing options exist. I do not believe that in what we've seen today, the city has met this burden. The city's own housing element lists alternatives for achieving the remaining housing needed to meet its RHNA numbers for the next 8 years. The Envision Lompoc October 6, 2022 presentation showed that the city has 638 units in the pipeline and a need for 380 more units. It also presented 5 different options for meeting those numbers within the current city boundary. Now, there may be other numbers, I don't know, but it's not clear on the basis of what we had that we have a clear analysis. We need that analysis to make this decision. It's not something that we condition for the annexation. It's a precondition for the decision we have to make today. If you would just put that projection back again, I wanted to talk about the schools. The issue of schools in proximity to agricultural fields and at risk of pesticide exposure has been raised as a reason to allow the SOI expansion. The green below is Megalito School, so it would increase the boundary there, but it doesn't do anything for the other school. And it's just going to create additional conflicts unless we do convert all of this land. The problem is that schools have been built on land next to agriculture. It's cheaper. My district used to include Guadalupe and Tanglewood, where schools are directly adjacent to agricultural land. This also it occurs in my city of Buellton, drove by it on the way out, and in many areas in Santa Maria. So should LAFCO encourage the displacement of agriculture by urban development around all the schools in the county? It is the job of the state to regulate chemical exposure. They adopted new regulations in 2018, I believe, but are those effective? I don't know, but I don't believe that that's LAFCO's job. I think that's the state's job to make sure that those chemicals are adequately regulated. So I'm with my colleagues, especially as articulated by Vice Chair Freeman. We need a bigger picture here to help resolve. And I think Commissioner Stark, I'm willing to work for this kind of compromise that you suggested. I think it would take some community people as well as the county and the city, but I don't believe I have the information, and the information I do have says that the consequences aren't worth it. So I will be voting against the sphere of influence expansion at this time. And I believe we haven't yet heard from Commissioner Geyer. Is there anything you'd like to add?
No, what I see too, though, is a picture that's incomplete. I feel that there's not enough specificity to it. And so I can't support it.
And last call for the commissioners on Zoom. Is there anything else you would like to add? Commissioner Stark.
I have a question for staff, a specific question. What is the utility or significance of having conditions on a sphere of influence decision? You can change them. My understanding is you can impose conditions on it, and if subsequent review indicates that the conditions aren't effective enough or could be made more effective, that's what you follow. So I'm questioning whether the imposition of conditions, which are simply basically indications of things that the city will do things that they, pro rata should be, doing anyway in the course of business. What's the utility of putting that into the sphere of influence decision?
Question to the chair, Commissioner Stark. I think the answer is it sets the tone and expectation that you want out of the applicants. But you are right, those conditions can be changed under the guise of the new submittal that's being presented to the commission. And so you can look at a new set of facts that whether or not they met those conditions, whether or not those conditions are still germane or not, but at least gives the applicant, in this case, the city, the expectation of what the commission would desire if it were to move forward.
So if I understand you right, you're saying that the fact that we put a condition in the sphere of influence is an indication of a direction where we want them to go, not a absolute floor or an absolute ceiling. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Could I just speak on that for 1 second? That the conditions that are in the staff report are conditions for submission of an annexation application in the future. So the staff couldn't accept our application if we don't meet those conditions. So I think they are binding.
This is what we do not allow people, once we come into deliberations, unless there's a specific question asked, and it may be Commissioner Osborne can construct one, we don't allow people to just jump up to the mic.
Thank you. I hear the frustration in everyone, and everyone knows where my frustration comes from. So my proposal is that you, instead of completely denying this, is that you put some stipulations on it, because we were advised by LAFCO staff, the city of Lompoc was advised by LAFCO staff to take a step back and come forward with an SOI ask. And so that was done. There was not a whole lot of investment made into it because we were told it would become before LAFCO to hear what LAFCO's members' concerns were and what was lacking so that we could present that. So I think all of you have good points and good concerns, but you're shutting it down without giving the city of Lompoc and the applicant a chance to see if they can satisfy those concerns, because they were unaware of what your concerns were, because this had yet to become before for any sort of decision because of all kinds of holdups from different areas for different reasons, for non-discussion, from the county holding back and refusing to discuss certain things, from us not being able to get enough information back because it hadn't come before this. So again, I'm trying to walk the fine line of understanding exactly what the community needs, knowing what has been held back, and hearing all of your concerns, and yet not having the opportunity to address those. So I would much prefer that you move forward a discussion with, here are the things we want to see, bring them back and continue this matter, rather than an absolute denial. Because this is the first time the applicant has heard what all of you are concerned about, other than December, where it was argued over whether or not to continue it. So that is what I throw out.
Commissioner Stark, your light is on. Did you have more to say? Okay. I know that Commissioner Nelson would like to say something, but I would just like to respond that I'm not sure the way the SOI lines are currently drawn, I wouldn't be supportive of that. So we'll, Commissioner Nelson. And then Commissioner Patino.
Yes, Chairwoman, thank you for the opportunity. I'm just alternate here today. I believe that Commissioner Hartman and Commissioner Williams are still available, but I just wanted to make sure I said my piece too. I understand the concerns and everything that's been brought forth. Before being on LAFCO, before being a supervisor, I was staff for the supervisors that represented Lompoc Valley. And so I have 10 years of history with this project. I am very sympathetic and very protective of my agricultural resources, but I know the city of Lompoc has been asking and asking and asking and have gone down many different pathways to try to get the county and LAFCO to engage with them. So I'm really sympathetic to what Mayor and Commissioner Osborne is saying. I do think we need to find a way to work with them, or else we need to say and let Lompoc know that it's not an option. You're not going to expand. I know that there's concern about expanding to the west, and I'm concerned too. Of course, losing any type of agriculture, once it's gone, we never get it back. But at the same time, we're not going to the east in Lompoc. We've got a riverbed there, right? We've got a lot of other concerns there. And so if Lompoc's ever to grow, we need to make sure that we do that in a cooperative way. In Santa Maria Valley, we've got some issues between the county and Santa Maria that we all ultimately need to sit down in good faith. And I think there's a frustration I'm hearing from the city of Lompoc that they've been trying in good faith to try to engage in conversations. And if that's never going to be an option, I think we should be bold and say that, or we should be able to work with them. And, as far as my ability, as a commissioner and a supervisor, I'm willing, I don't no longer represent this exact property like I did previously, but I'm willing to engage and work and try to encourage a productive conversation that addresses the concerns of the LAFCO commissioners and satisfies the goals of Lompoc. That what you've heard here from Mayor Osborne and Councilwoman Cordova are real issues that are facing that community. And I can see how frustrating it is to be told that, what you need to do in your community, that you can't accomplish it because of artificial constraints outside your control. And so not going to get a chance to vote, but I am very sympathetic to the concerns of Lompoc. I do think there's a way to work out some of these solutions. We have it with the ag buffer ordinance within the county. I think those are things that we can be looking at. We can be creative, we can be partners and find solutions for everybody moving down the road. So I hope this isn't the last time we get a chance to talk about this and the issues in the Lompoc Valley. Thank you.
Thank you. Great comments. And I would join with you. Commissioner Patino.
Yes, being brand new on LAFCO, excuse me for my ignorance on so many things, but I really feel so much for the mayor of Lompoc, because here in Santa Maria, we're going to be dealing with the same issues. We have to grow. Yeah, maybe we don't have a plan that's going to see everything through, but we are working on our general plan amendment. Lompoc is working on how they want to grow also. So, and then we have Vandenberg saying, hey, you guys need to be able to build more houses because we're going to expand and we need someplace to live. The state is coming down on us and changing their minds constantly. We've got all these new bills that are coming down to build and build and build. And I don't know specifically, that's why I asked the question on the infill. We really don't have any more infill in Santa Maria. People are building the ADUs and they are impacting in an extremely negative way on our streets and in our communities. We don't really have nice, these nice neighborhoods are going to go away. There's no such thing as zoning anymore. And all of these things, I just wish that we could work something out to satisfy maybe some of the questions with the mayor of Lompoc. And, maybe they just can't grow anymore, but they're an island right now. And that is the only place they can go. Thank you.
I just add that is a question. So I don't see any more lights. I think everybody's had their say. I think,
Madam Chair,
yes, please jump in. Thank you.
Bob Nelson asked a legitimate question, which is just, is this no, never, or is there an issue that's addressable? For me, there's an issue that's addressable, but it would take some time. It's hard for me to conceive of a universe where no urban infill is possible. That's a tool. That's something to be solved by your zoning, by how you work, what densities you allow, and what kind of projects you'd permit. And I'd have to see major efforts at urban infill to be convinced that this is the right path. I don't want to give up on the downtown.
Thank you. Commissioner Freeman.
On that note, I just want to verify. So we have two options that are both denied, one of which is deny without prejudice and one of which is deny the proposal. The deny without prejudice, is that something that would, like when Dos was just talking about, where in the future it would be able to come back? Or is like when you say deny the proposal, is that something that like, is the difference between, it's like a short-term thing? Like if we deny without prejudice, are we going to talk about it again next month? Or is it about like, yeah, I just don't understand the.
I think what it really does is, well, it doesn't have any specific legal enforceability. It'll send a stronger message from the commission on whether you'll entertain this in a year or so, or you want a substantially more complicated, or not complicated, more comprehensive application that addresses all the issues you raised. So I think it sends the message one way or the other.
So when you're saying if we were looking for something that was substantially more, then we'd probably be moving more towards deny the proposal as opposed to deny without prejudice, or
you could, if you don't like struggling with those terms, you could just deny
I was verifying what you were just saying.
Yeah.
Like,
but that's yes.
okay.
Okay.
All right. I will make a motion to use option number 2 to deny the proposal.
Is there a second?
A second.
Madam Clerk.
Who was the second?
Williams.
Commissioner Freeman.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. Would this be a conceptual motion so Mr. Prater and I can return with a formal resolution of a decision? If that's okay.
Sure. So explain how that would work, how long it would take, so everybody understands the process.
We would put it on the agenda for just looking at Mr. Prater. I think we're talking about the next hearing as opposed to trying to do a North County hearing, which would be March in or wait, he's shaking his head.
Yeah.
He's got a busy March.
March is very busy, but we can put it on the market.
But we just want to tie everything together. So if that's okay, may I request you make that a conceptual motion?
April would be another available date. In the event that this is for denial, it's not going anywhere. I mean, the project isn't really going anywhere, so that option is available as well.
Well, it sounds like that's what legal counsel is telling me.
So would you give the wording for the motion that you would like?
Oh, I think exactly what Mr. Freeman was saying, which is a conceptual motion to deny the application.
Now we have a motion to second. Do we need to withdraw that?
A motion to conceptually deny the application.
Okay, now we have a previous motion, though. Do we need to withdraw that motion?
Yes, please.
I withdraw my motion.
Okay.
I now make a conceptual motion.
I said that poorly. A motion to conceptually deny as opposed to a conceptual motion.
I make a motion to
It's a real motion.
conceptually deny the
Thank you.
proposal.
Sorry about that, but yes, thank you.
Ask a question.
Oh, wait, let's get Commissioner Williams.
I am okay with that change of the motion.
So your second is still good. Now Commissioner Stark.
So am I correct that when staff returns, you will advise us on what findings we're required to make and what findings we are not required to make, and you will take care of those technical details at when it comes back? My next question is, do you anticipate that there would be continuing discussion with the city of Lompoc and our staff in the interim?
I would agree. We will bring back all of the findings that are required under this action. And we are open to discussing with the city staff.
I might make a friendly suggestion that you contact Mr. Splendorio, who my understanding is he's been working in this area, buffers for a considerable period of time, see if he's got any ideas that might be useful to us.
Okay, we have a motion of sorts and a second. Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Freeman.
Aye.
Commissioner Guyer.
Aye.
Commissioner Osborne.
Nay.
Commissioner Patino.
Aye.
Commissioner Stark.
Hey.
Commissioner Williams.
Aye.
Chair Hartman.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-2.
All right, the next item, Commissioner announcements or any requests for future agenda items for LAFCO. Seeing no lights.
I do have an
Commissioner-
announcement.
Yes.
Now that I think of it. For those of you who don't know, there has been a vacancy in the Board of Directors for Cal LAFCO for a county member. So if any of you are interested in that, you get to join the wonderful world of Cal LAFCO. My understanding is there was a change of assignment. And
That can include alternates as well, right?
yes, it could include alternates, but it's got to be a county member from this region.
Mr. Prater, do you have any executive officer comments?
No comments.
We are now adjourned to Thursday, March 2nd, 2023 at 1 p.m. in Santa Barbara.
Joan.